dwarven history itself versus a number of things. As Athos raised the bet, and there was the one overall um, wager between the information and I believe it was the access to the boats.
Boats was first. The sister was second.
It was his house.
Yes. The overall wager was the information versus the estate, or inheritance was what you had said.
Yes.
After that, Athos raised the stakes and decided, by the way of chance, that after Fizz decided to use a deck of cards and pulled one out, Athos decided, well, why don't we play 3 rounds of this simple game of who can, off the top deck, draw the better card, the higher suit. And at each round, they made subsequent wagers that were not necessarily less than the overall wager. The first one was between the ship itself and the marriage of his sister. The second one, I forget the individuals back and forth, but at the end of the day, the ships, what was won by Fizz was the ability to use the ships free of charge. Fizz must bring back any artifacts or magical items of noteworthy power back to the Dreets upon their return with the ships.
That was against the Lady Lena.
In the way that it was worded, presumably extends to the group as a whole. And then the third one was that, at least this one particularly on Fizz's shoulders, he is to find some method and manner of dealing with the inhabitants in the valley below, making them be gone from the premises, whether packing them up, plaguing them, killing them, or some other method. As Athos was a little vague and left to your imagination.
Yep.
After the incredible round of staggering wagers that came of the meeting, everyone retired, some confused, some angry, and some hedging their bets. While Fizz and Athos went on a little walk through the maze, where Fizz informed Athos what he could remember of the dwarven history and its story. With that, everyone bedded down for the night, finding their ways, being informed by Captain Tassowell himself that he would be ready to leave the following day or the one after, at your guys' behest, that he would gather the small amount of crew that he could, and that he would meet you on the docks when you were ready. Nithirn that night reached out to the minds of those around her in the manor, discovering her familiar companions, as she normally does, but distinctly finding a lack of the presence of mind of the 3 siblings or Sin himself, which is something, now that you recall, you've never sensed, but it's never really quite come up till now. And with that, we rise with the following morning, everyone having found either for Tawin back out at the carriage, or some of you inside the manor in the various rooms, or meditating on the floor in a room, along with your companions, all come to rise, feeling rather refreshed. The accommodations are fairly comfortable. The bed's a nice relief from the floor and hammock, and much simpler beds that you do have in the carriage itself. So, what would you like to do this morning?
So no difference for me because I would have done my Lotus style sleep anyway, no matter where I am at. So, um, I don't know. Mythian would just get up and start doing her routines and the normal thing. Probably
Yeah.
head out to the cart to do it.
Yeah, you guys get up and you all individually do your morning routines, your practicing of spells and martial maneuvers, and
Yep.
for Talween, his perimeter sweeps and any form of that, his morning training with the dogs, stuff of that nature.
Yeah, I don't think that I have any until I talk to if Fizz is up and at any point I run into Fizz, I will see if he wants to practice sign language. And if I run into Reggie, I will probably mention my night dream, my lack of night dreams. But I'll play that out when he's here.
Yeah.
I'll save that one.
Is waking up for the morning. I'd like to spend a little time with Wizard.
Okay.
So where do I find a Wizard?
You roughly know where everybody's bedding down for the night. In early mornings, you can often find him wherever it is he slept, as he spends a significant amount of time in the morning reviewing his books and words.
I'll sit down across from him as he's reviewing his books and words and whatever
Indeed, you
people
find
that
him.
read do.
You find him in the hallway, in one of the hallways, where there's
Oh.
a little bit of a reading nook off on one of the sides near the end, and you see him. The morning light cascading in through the window, the dust kind of floating through the air, leaving those shafts of light scattering across the room. It's a sunny day. It's pleasant, warm, inviting. He's just there.
Morning, Wizard.
Good morning, Fizz. I hope all boded well last night. It was quite an interesting turn of events, I will say at the least.
Yeah. Didn't quite go the way I'd hoped, but sometimes that happens.
What was it that you were hoping?
Oh, the people in the valley are pretty rough. I was hoping that maybe we would be able to improve their situation, but it seems that I don't know. I need some more time to think on some things, but I was it's kind of curious that these Dreets, they're most people, most places that I know that maintain power over an area usually they've got a little bit more than just three guards. And I spent some time last evening after dinner and after discussions sort of taking a quick look at the guards, and they're, as far as I can tell, they've definitely got a couple magical items on them. They themselves might be some sort of magical thing, but I couldn't really put my finger on what kind of or school of magic they were or use, or maybe they're use the robes. I don't know. So I don't know. In all the books that you have you ever read of these things? I can tell you for certain, that the three guards that are outside are almost identical. if not identical.
Well, it could be a vast majority of things if it is of magical nature. I suppose the big question would be, do you know if they are even real or not? Are they actual people using magic, or are they something created of magic?
You know, I spent quite a bit of time watching them last night, and I never noticed them moving or rotating between their posts like normal guards. So, yeah, I mean, kind of weird for a person to behave in that way. They would need to rest at some point, wouldn't they? So,
Perhaps. I mean, even all of those could be overcome by magic for a person skilled enough and disciplined enough. Without solid evidence of whether they are real or construction, it would greatly vary on what they are and what their origin may be. Let's say, for example, they were magical constructions. They take orders? Are they programmed in a certain way? Are they mere illusion or figment? Are they something charmed and recast to look like something? Or are they truly people, disciplined, skilled, potentially holding powerful magics themselves? Or they could be people charmed, guised up, and ordered to stand still. Magic can do a great many things, Fizz. You know how to use it. That is why it is so dangerous.
testing or determining if something would be a construct as opposed to.
I suppose that depends on how transparent you wish to be towards whatever or whoever they may be. It would be very easy to discover if they were mere figment, as you walk up and swing at them. If your hand goes through, you know they're not real.
Were carrying on them, definitely sensed that they were powerful. So yeah, I don't feel like walking up to them and taking a swing at them. Because if they turn out to be real, I think that could go pretty bad for me.
That would change the situation drastically.
I had this thought that I didn't get a chance to do so because it was nighttime and didn't really make sense. Thank you for the advice, and
of course,
I think I might go try my little test.
Be careful, whatever it is you're to do.
Yes. I intend it to be sort of not nothing dangerous.
Good luck then. If you need any further help, you know where to find me.
Yeah. With that, Chris will take his leave and go outside. Does anybody else have something to do before I get into testing? My secret test. Promise it won't go sideways like last night.
Yeah.
I imagine this year, and at some point you come across Fizz roaming the halls.
No, I went back. I was outside. It's Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, when I come outside, I'm going to be heading towards the gate where we first came in.
The front gate. Okay.
The side gate.
That's the opposite direction. Not the one we brought the cart in. The other one.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No, so go ahead. Continue on.
Hey, Fizz will walk up to the guard. Not like putting my face in him. To the guard.
He turns and
Just-
acknowledges you. You see him look at you.
Yeah. Hello.
Good
I would
morning.
like to take a quick stroll in the town. I will be back in say half an hour.
Of course. And he moves over. You see him undo this metal bar that blocks the backside of the gate from swinging open.
Okay.
And then he swings one of the sides open and motions you outward.
So I'll go down the path.
You hear the gate
Ouch.
shutting behind you and the bar come back down behind.
Yeah. And so once I get to sort of the bottom of the path, out of sight from the gate, I'm going to don my hat of disguise, or my head cap of disguise.
Excellent.
I'm going to completely change my appearance so that I still look human, still roughly the same size, but you would not peg me as Fizz. I mean, I'm still, I guess, carrying some of my equipment, but yes, and I'm good. So I'm gonna wait 5 to 10 minutes and then walk back up the hill
Are
to
you
the gate.
So some of your equipment's the same, but are you like trying to emulate one of the townsfolk, for example, or some other sort of figure?
No person in particular, just trying to act different from myself, not be myself.
Right, but I mean, like, are you trying to go for like the middle class, high class? Do you look fucking destitute like some of the people in town? Like if this guy sees you, is he gonna
Yeah.
go, "Oh, a townsfolk," potentially, or is he
Okay,
clearly
yeah.
gonna see some noble dressed, noble looking person, unscathed by time and damage?
He's going to see, so not somebody who's noble, just sort of like what we were when we showed up. So like an adventurer.
Okay.
So not as poor as the people in the valley who have nothing and play with rocks, but not somebody of noble. Just like essentially like a huntsman, almost. I think that's probably a good plan.
Okay. Cool.
I look like a huntsman.
All right. Yeah, I got the image in my mind.
Yeah. So I stroll up to the gate and good morning, good sir. I would like to enter.
For what reason?
Oh. Okay, well. You know, I was just hoping to sell some of my pelts, but you know what? Thinking about it, it's you know, maybe not the best town. Maybe I should move on. And I'll start walking away from the gate.
Okay.
And then I'll go back down to the bottom, doff the cap, and wait until about the 30-minute mark and walk back up the hill and go to re-enter.
When you get down the second time and you uncap again, you're waiting there. You're waiting around for a few minutes. Looking around at your surroundings, just kind of hanging out, and you spot this kid, and he's just staring at you. He's like kind of peeking around a corner of a building.
Oh boy. what? I'll wave to him.
He kind
Like,
of
come over.
looks a little sheepish and comes over. Are you a genie, sir? You changed, like, you became other people. Are you a genie?
No,
Will you grant wishes?
no. Unfortunately, I'm not a genie. That's just a little bit of a magic trick, you know.
Wow. You must be really
quick
powerful.
change. Well, I mean, it's just like quick change. You know? Like it's
But you can do magic. Can you create food?
No, I can't, kid. I'm sorry. But
What about clothes? You made different clothes. Can you make more?
no, I'm like it's. I know I look different, but it was still me. I didn't really make anything. I just like, come on, you must have seen some magicians quick change acts. So like you change your best. I mean, mine's a little bit complicated. I do a little bit of makeup pretty quick, but
I've never seen magic before in my life. That was incredible. My pa, he just says that if you see magic, it's either good luck because there's a genie, or it's gonna kill you. But you don't look dangerous.
yeah. What do I? Well.
What does he do?
Okay, you got me, kid. You know,
I knew it.
I'm not a genie,
Oh,
but I've been tracking one.
make a bluff check.
That's a string check for me. String perform.
What? You're a genie hunter?
Yes. And you know what? I think he's somewhere in this town, and I'm gonna point to. Hold on. What do I need? To set this up. This is gonna be a funny moment, people. I just need to work on it. Okay. So yes, and I've been tracking one, and I think it's in this village, and you know I could really use your help to find it.
Yeah. Let's catch a genie. He'll give us wishes.
I just need to cast my little tracking spell just between the two, you and me. In fact, here, like, you know, I don't want other people coming to this town to like find this genie and you know steal the wishes from us. So here's 2.
It's all right. I just wish for
Red.
more wishes. Then we could give everybody wishes.
You can't wish for more wishes, kid. That's against the rules. Everybody knows that. So here's 2 reds. You gotta keep it quiet. You gotta keep this quiet. Okay, I'm gonna cast my tracking spell, and we should probably run after it right away. I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights, which has a range of 130 feet.
Yep.
So, you know, 60 feet away from us, there's gonna be a floating humanoid shape.
Yep.
Because I can make it a humanoid shape, so it's gonna be a humanoid shape.
He holds these coins.
behind the kid.
He's like holding them intently. Like he doesn't know quite what to do with them. But he knows they're
Yeah.
important. He sticks them up to his eyes, looks through them. Everything's red. Will this help me see him?
Yes. Look, there he is. And I'll point at the dancing
around.
light figure.
Oh my god, I see him! Quick, we gotta go!
I know, but I have to keep my tracking spell or he'll vanish. Like, we won't be able to see him. So you run after him.
How do I catch him?
You just jump at him like a regular person. I know normally it doesn't look like they're there, but they're actually there.
He turns and he bolts towards the dancing light figure.
So while he's bolting,
Yep.
I'm gonna go to hide in the bushes.
Roll a stealth check. Do you keep the lights where they are?
No, as they're moving away, as he's running towards them, I'm moving them away
Bolt in opposite directions.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets 130 feet away from me, it disappears. But,
Yeah.
Stealth.
Roll his stealth. He wasn't a kid.
He wasn't a kid.
He rolled a 12. But he's a kid.
Yes.
He doesn't have bonuses. So you see like a patch of bushes nearby. You like run down a house, partially around a corner, and you like duck and slam your back up against the wall, panting slightly because you don't run much, Fizz. You're not very athletic. And you kind of peek the corner and make sure that he's gone, or at least off somewhere else. You see, like, the last moments of he takes these two reds and he, like, swings violently through the air with them at the figure just as the figure winks out of existence because you get too far and it moves out of your radius. And you see him, he stops and you see him look at the coins. He looks around more. He turns around, looks back to where you were. Mister! I caught it! I think I have 2 wishes now! You can have one! Hello? And he just like starts searching the area for you. And eventually you see him after a couple of minutes like give up, or maybe he gives up, maybe he just wanders off searching elsewhere for you, but he breaks your sight.
Okay, I'll stealthily make my way back to the gate. Hopefully, not too far past the 30-minute mark.
You stick a little bit more to more bushes and like the tighter spaces between the housing instead of just walking down the street, and you find your way back up to the gate.
Good, sir. I'm back from my quick jaunt into the village.
Welcome back. And he opens the gate.
Okay, I'll go back in and
Yep, he shuts it.
wander over to the carts. Because I saw Nithir doing her things. Should probably work on some sign language.
One of the dogs was you're approaching is in the process of trying to barrel her down as she does her twists and turns.
Dancer.
Yep, Dancer.
Yep, he tries, but he can't catch me.
She finishes, and the two of you sit down and do some more of sign language practice. It's still really rough, it you hardly remember the words you've learned already, and you have to like spend the first good bit of your session with Nithir and refreshing what you already know. Interestingly enough, even though you can't read, the pad of paper does help somewhat because you're not reading words. You're just like you're able to see the symbols again, and the hand, like the hands drawn in certain ways.
With tiny little pictures of what it might be.
For at least for like
Nithiarn's
you get to have the drawing of the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So like the picture for like maybe like ball or sword or whatever for the hands, there would actually like be a drawing of a sword or a ball.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Images with pictograms.
Yep.
No, sign language made easy,
Yep.
but it's still rough, even though you have these reference charts. The worst part is trying to get your hands to do the thing, and then remembering more than a number of them at any given time. But you work at it and make some progress.
I'd say that just to add another little detail to the cards, there probably is like the written word at the bottom because RJ was really hoping that I'd learn to read, but it's not been helpful.
Yep. And it's an Elven too, so because we would write in Elvish. It's real fancy script, and a hand symbol, and an object drawn.
A scribble's a scribble to you, Fizz.
Yeah. To you, it's a real fancy. It's a real fancy scribble.
Them's is written things.
Mm-hmm.
Those are written things.
But Nithiarn is amazingly patient with you, which she continues on and spends time.
Anything Talleen's up to this morning during all of these other shenanigans?
I would say that let's to paint a picture of the beginning of the day. He would be a little bit rougher waking up than normal, since he did have a good amount to drink last night.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it up. What did Fizz do last night?
Who are you talking to?
To himself.
Okay.
This is like him This was like him starting.
I understand.
Self-monologuing, right?
Yeah, because he's got a headache right now. He's kind of like, and then he would probably get back to his normal stuff, like we were talking about earlier. His morning walk, training the dogs here and there. But
Okay.
as Fizz walks up to like, talk to do the sign language stuff. Morning, Fizz.
Morning, Tyreen. Did you sleep well?
Yeah. The hammock doesn't work as well without trees, multiple, but I was able to make it. As you see, like one end is tied up to the caravan, the other one's tied up to this tree that you found.
It's a little lopsided.
Also, maybe drink too much.
Yeah. I think Dritz might have been in the same boat with you last night, too.
You can still hear him snoring from within the carriage.
Oh, he went back out to the carriage?
Yeah, apparently, yeah, he slept in there.
I think we took him with us or something.
Or maybe you took him, yeah.
Yeah, you had to like help him down the stairs.
I remember helping him at some point when he was drunk. I don't know if that was last time or our session.
Yeah.
We went to the tavern and
Yes.
we spent 2 nights in this town, and both nights Dritz has had to be helped back to his bed.
Seems to be a pattern.
All right. Well, I'll let you guys do your hand things.
Yes, we should.
I'll motion to you.
I
You
don't know what you're. You know what she's saying? I have no idea what she's saying.
Come over and I write. You should learn as well.
We got the Elven thing going. We're fine. You write it down. I say it to you. That's working.
We
And
should.
with
Go ahead.
no. What were you going to say, Fizz?
We should. I can't remember if we've discussed or sorted out who's going to be going on the tournament. We should probably.
On what?
Get-
You cut out. Oh, you lost a word.
Sorry, who have we? I can't remember. Have we sorted out who's going on the boat out to sea? If not, we probably should figure that out.
Everyone?
Everyone,
Question mark?
except for Dritz, right? Because okay. Cool.
How long are we going to be out there?
Well, it took us like almost a month to get here, and the mark on the map is almost just as far as we are on land from opportunities. So I guess it depends on how fast boats travel, but I would say a safe bet is to get there 4 weeks at sea or at lake.
Yes, this is a large body of water. I'm not used. This will be interesting.
All right. I've never been on a boat like that, on big water like this.
I haven't either.
Never even. Go ahead.
I was about to say the biggest water mass I've seen is just rivers.
Yeah, I've never even seen boats as big as the ones that they have down at the docks.
They're down. We should go look at the boats.
Sure. Eventually. You guys got your little sign language thing going
After.
after. Alright. We know which one's ours.
I mean, I think they're all the Dreets, like Taz's. So I guess we should probably ask him which one. Yeah, I don't know. We might be able to make a choice there.
Well, while you guys do your little thing, I'll go look for him. See if he wants to get ready, whatnot. You seem like less.
Tasul, is that how you say his name?
Tazul.
Tasul.
But he's been called like Taz, right?
You guys
Couple
have called
times?
him that.
Oh, okay.
You guys call him that.
Well, it's a good nickname. Nicknames are given, not determined by the person. So Taz, good old Taz is.
You're also talking to the person who kept on taking his seat.
Yeah. Are you also gonna take his spot at the helm of the boat too? He seems to spend a lot of time in either or in the kitchen, so that's probably your best bet for finding him.
Alright, I'll hit him up.
Okay.
Also, food sounds good. Food is good. Maybe he cooked breakfast. And then with that, Tywin would leave those two to do what they had. Which thing?
Yep.
He goes to look for.
Go to your thing.
Yep.
He starts to look for what's his face, Taz.
So you find your way back into the mansion itself, and you're going through that main central room from the wing where all the rooms are into the wing that has the more functional spaces of the mansion that you've discovered so far. And make a perception check for me, Tawi.
I did it again.
There you go.
Okay. You see RJ is about halfway down the large staircase, and that Lord Dreet is just leaving that meeting room you've had previously, off into the 4th floor of the upper wings.
Hey, RJ.
Oh, hello, Tawin. How are you this morning?
Looking for brother.
Tassuil?
Yes, Tassero.
I
Or
haven't
Tass.
I haven't seen him this morning.
Right. I'm going to look for him in the kitchen. Apparently he cooks.
That's probably a good place. How are the others doing?
Hand symbol things.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll see them. I need to go put my potions together still this morning.
Yeah, they're by the caravan.
Okay. And then he continues past.
And I continue air kitchen. Where is the kitchen?
You're saying this to yourself, or?
Yes.
Practicing common.
He's standing he says it verbally, so if anyone's like same room as him or near him, they could hear him, but he's like, where is the kitchen?
You find yourself standing at the base of the stairs. You know you can go up to any of the upper 3 floors, and that there's the, effectively we'll call it east and west wing of each of those floors. And then
Yeah.
there's the east and west wing of the 1st floor. Where do you go?
Where would I put my kitchen? 3-story house.
4
Told him
story.
where the kitchen was. Well,
Did you?
I mentioned.
I mean, I didn't specifically say where it was, but I've been to the kitchen, so I know where it is.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
But
ask
I'm
you.
enjoying this. So search for the kitchen.
Yeah, he didn't ask
Fizz-
you, so.
Fizz is aloof enough that if you didn't say, "Oh, where's the kitchen," he might not necessarily tell you.
Oh yeah. Tywin still doesn't like talking to you, so he wouldn't like continue that conversation.
Yeah.
You're human. I don't like humans.
And you thought we were getting on the boat today.
It's been an hour, you know.
The adventure of finding the kitchen.
This is genuinely about where I've expected things to get to at this point. My expectations, they're coming down as the sessions go on.
Tywin would like just 1st floor, heavy equipment probably, and then he'll just like go one way. He'll go like to the east.
To the east, back the way you came.
West it is then.
Okay. On the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make another perception check. I mean, you wander around in this wing for a bit, and it's got a number of hallways that kind of crisscross each other. A lot of the rooms, I guess, you see lots of doors along these hallways. Most of
Yeah.
them are closed, and there is not. There are two hallways on the north and south side of the building on this wing that run along the outsides of the building. And so there is windows that are providing light, but there's also a central. There are like central connecting hallways that go between those two outside north-south hallways, and none of those are really well lit at all. All of which there are, a number of doors here and there scattered about. Are you checking any particular doors, or checking all doors, or how does Taween go about this? I don't want to presume anything of him.
Goddamn, what's the guy's name again?
Tatsuil.
Tatsuo.
He's just shouting out for him.
Yes. Tatsuo. Are you here?
So you start calling out his name over and over with some space between. And Taween, it's potentially somewhat unsettling for you. Um, in the woods, sound is muffled when you yell like this. But
Yeah.
in these stark stone hallways with little to no furnishings, your voice carries and echoes and bounces through the halls in a way that you're not, as a forest dweller, you're not used to that. You do this for a bit and wander, and then you hear coming from one of the darkened corridors that you just passed. Yes, yes, yes.
Tatsuo. Tatsuo.
I'm here, here.
Okay. I'll start following the sound like I don't know if I like this or not. This is
So you
sound weird in house.
you find yourself going down one of the dark corridors where the light recedes behind you, but you're an elf, so it's still fairly easy for you to see in these conditions. But there are the corners that just get receded in darkness, and you can't quite see what's over there. You see the flap of a tapestry on the wall, suddenly move in the dark, and you're not quite sure what it is. But there is one break of light that comes from your left-hand side as you're heading north through the building, down this darkened tunnel. You can see there's a door that's cracked open. And now that you're getting closer, you can smell the smell of food being cooked, or having recently been cooked. You're not sure.
Kitchen.
You get up to the big, thick, heavy wooden door. It has iron bands with rivulets attached up and down vertically across it, giving it this sense of heft, and you have to push it open. Inside, you see a number of tables scattered about. It's not a very large room, maybe 20 feet by 25 feet or so. You can see a number of storage crates scattered about. And you catch a breeze of fresh air, a draft, that hits you as you move into the door. And you can see Tatsuil in there. In the center of the room, there's this not as large as the cauldron you saw back at the underground temple in Balin, but still fairly large. A cauldron sitting above a stoked fire, and the smell of fish stew again being cooked. You can see on a nearby board he's got a number of veggies that he's cut up to various degrees, some spices laying on the counter. He looks up at you and, good morning. It
Hey.
was, what was your name? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Tyween.
Taween, yes, Taween. How are you? How are you doing? Have you come for food? That must be what you've come for.
Well, not the worst idea. I am kind of hungry, but
Yeah, I was just heating up the leftovers from last night. It's gonna take some to my.
half.
Huh?
Nothing. We'll call it half the reason why I'm here is food.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, here, I'll get you. Sit down. And you see there's a few stools scattered in the room, kind of up against the sides of the some of the tables. He says, "Take a seat. We'll have some breakfast together."
Oh, all right.
I recommend sitting that stool right there. It will get the best breeze from the door. It's the door out the west side of the building. It always carries in the lake wind. Makes it a little cooler in here.
Okay, sounds good. He would walk over and sit down on the stool that he was mentioned.
He goes and he ladles a bowl for you and brings it to you and hands you like a small little thing of bread. It's not much, but I hope you enjoy it.
Oh,
And he gets himself some as well. He sits down across the table from you, begins to eat. So I've been told, well, and I heard that we'll be making sail tomorrow or today.
yes.
I'm not sure when, but soon.
I think we'd like to do it as soon as possible, so probably today. I don't know. We have to talk to our leader eventually.
Your leader, yes, the one with the instrument.
What?
Made the
No,
arrangements.
I don't know. Fizz is not our leader.
I must have misread the situation.
The gnome one is the small one.
Oh, he was rather quiet. I guess, sometimes a leader is more reserved. That makes sense. In some ways.
I don't think he likes to be the leader, but he's kind of forced to.
Well, why not let the other man do it? He seems quite apt of speaking his mind.
I'm personally against that.
Some bad blood between the two of you.
I just don't like humans.
Oh. Well, I see.
I'm an elf. I don't know.
No, I can see that.
He's also kind of annoying.
Oh. Okay.
Plays his song, plays his little thingy, and he says he's good, but he's not as good as Drex.
Well, I hope my being a human isn't too off-putting for you.
I'm getting used to it.
Excellent. Well, yes. If we wanted to set sail today, we'd wind up leaving rather late in the day, but we probably still could. I've spilled that tea. I did send out some word to my usual crew members. I should be able to gather most of them in time. I was wondering though, do any of you coming along have any experience on the waters?
I don't think any of us do.
Ah, okay.
I personally have never been on a boat.
Oh, really?
I come from the woods, so we usually just have rivers.
Which woods? The windswept Alps?
The northern chapels. Also,
Oh,
southern chapels.
you're from out east. I see.
Yes.
Okay, that explains it. What isn't that rather close to the coast? You've never been to the Gulf of Sails?
No.
Ah, beautiful waters. Some of the only ones that can be sailed aside from this lake here.
No. We stuck to the woods pretty much.
Oh, well,
We didn't really ever leave them.
this should be an exciting experience for you then.
Be something.
But perhaps well, uh, I was gonna mention this to everyone when they got here, but since we're talking about it, I'll mention it again later. But um, I don't know how many crew I'm gonna be able to get on such short notice. I don't have many funds to entice them with, and there are the hesitancies around it. So I was hoping that if any of you did have experience, you'd be able to help. But even if you don't, I could help teach you while we're on the sea. I mean, we won't have much time, but where was it we were heading anyway? Were we just heading across it to the western shore?
No. There's something in the middle of it.
Ah, I see.
I don't know if it's an island. Is there an island in the middle of the lake?
I
I
could.
say, what's an island? I've been told about this, but I don't know what it is.
I mean, it's a last massive land, usually surrounded by water on all sides. But as far as I'm aware, there's no island in the center of Silver Lake. The center. I'll bring that up later. But yeah, okay. That will narrow my crew down a bit. Oof. Yeah, I'm. Okay. You know what? We'll make this work. I guess
I'm
somehow.
willing to help where when need be.
That is excellent to hear. We will likely need it. I've sailed the seas for many years myself now. I will definitely be able to help show you the ropes, literally and figuratively.
Not work.
Huh?
Not work.
I see what you did there.
I made a funny.
That was a good one. Not work, but it's not working, but it is not work. Yes.
And you would go like after that, just go back to eating.
It goes from like exuberant laughter to just silence for a few minutes. I mean, if you lived in the woods all your life, you must be rather capable, be able to handle yourself, right?
Oh yeah, I actually used to be a guard of my tribe.
Ah, well, good. Have you ever used a ballista?
No, what is that?
You know what a crossbow is?
Yes.
Really big crossbow.
And what's that for?
Shooting dangerous things.
What dangerous things are in the lake that we need that?
Oh, there's lots of dangerous things in the lake, my friend.
Interesting.
Dangerous things and sometimes dangerous people.
Well, okay. I didn't think this would be a hard trip.
Well, if we're just talking to the center of the lake, shouldn't be too long. Let's see. Yeah, probably won't use that one. Won't have the crew for it. That one, no way. Yes, that one, probably that one. Provided we can keep crew up and not lose anybody along the way. Um, should be a week, maybe 2. Boats are rather fast, you know.
Oh, good. Because Fizz was talking about it lasting a month.
No. That is the advantage of sea travel for sure. Now,
Ah,
if we were to, I mean, it's probably you see him like figuring in his head, like he's looking at a map in front of him and tracing it. Um, yeah, if you were to go west, um, across Vinyamin, uh, yeah, the nearest large city, Kauthra, that that would probably take about a month on land. But my faster ship, it can make it in about half that time.
ah, good to know.
Not many people have boats, you know.
I don't think I believe you.
Rowboats, little things, fishing things, but not ships like mine. A long
What's a
time to build
rowboat?
them. Hmm?
What's a rowboat?
You know, little thing. You have oars. It's big enough for a couple people, some things. Move it with your arms. You really are from the forest, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a
I've,
forest
I've
elf.
never met a forest elf like you. Fascinating.
Many?
Hmm?
Have you met many?
I've met elves, yes.
Well, any, any? Yes, you've probably met city elves, but what about cities? Elves that are actually from the woods.
Come across a handful from time to time.
Uh, uh, I'll I'll head out. Well, I'll go talk to the rest of the group and see if they actually want to go today or tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, we could probably depart by later tonight if need be. Um, shouldn't be too much of a problem.
All right,
I
sounds good.
generally keep them well stocked. I'll just have to. Well, I won't have time to cook lunch or dinner at that rate. Looks like we'll be eating the rest of the stew for the rest of the day, but I'll get it loaded.
All right, I like fish stew, anyways.
Well, that's good.
We'll be eating on the boat.
Mostly, yes. I mean, you can't bring many perishable things; that'll just go bad. Um, we're gonna make do with what we have, or what we can catch.
Sounds good.
Did you want me to get a round of breakfast ready for your compatriots? If you're heading back that way, I could send you off with it.
Oh, sure.
Give me
Why
a
not?
head start on the boat loading.
All right. So, who needs food then? Fizz will probably want food. Drex will want food. RJ will want food. Wizrune. Then Nith doesn't eat. I don't think I've ever seen her. And maybe I have. No, I did. I brought her little berries one time. I think she ate those.
It's not much for a lady to survive off of.
She's an interesting one.
Yeah, she did look
That's
interesting.
so is it. That's Fizz, RJ, His room, Drexen. That's it. We're good. 5.
All right. Yep. He gets 5 ready and hands them to you.
Alright. I will. Hopefully, I can find my way out.
Now, don't spill them on the tray. We don't have much left over.
Alright.
So now
I start to head back.
you venture your way back across the mansion, not spilling any of the stew along the way. You're not a clumsy person, so there's no real issue with that, and you're not in any sort of rush. But eventually you make it back out to the carriage where most people have begun to rise. In the time that Taween's been gone, RJ did come back to the carriage. He kind of just said morning and then ducked in and hasn't really said much at all to you guys. You've just heard him tinkering and muttering under his breath at his alchemy station, which at some point wakes up Drixon, who stumbles out of the carriage and goes and finds a nice bush to relieve himself in nearby, and then you see him wander off to the stables, presumably to tend the horses. And on the way out, he kind of just gives a morning.
Hey.
And Taween, you arrive back with the fish.
Hey, I got food.
I sign something to Fizz, which he doesn't understand.
On the way back, real quick, Taween, make one more perception check.
Alrighty then. Perception. There you go.
22.
Oh yeah, that was a check. Okay. You, as you're crossing the main foyer area, you hear off in one of the side chambers along the way 2 voices speaking with one another. One's a lighter, softer, feminine voice, and the other a man's voice. Not deep, not slow-paced. You can't, just as you're walking by, quite make out what they're saying or who they are, beside any presumption you can make off of that. But it does sound like 2 people are having a conversation.
That was you, Tommy. Yeah.
Probably one guy's brother and woman, sister. He just continues to walk.
Yep. Then you make it back out with the fish.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I got food for everyone. Fish stew. Yes.
Nithya just holds her hands up and then just goes. In any of these bushes, is there like nuts or berries or anything like that?
No, they're not those sorts of bushes.
Okay. Then I just pull out, do my thing with what I got already.
Don't worry, I didn't bring anything. I know you don't eat.
She eats, but it's just like a little handful of nuts and oats and berries or whatever, like a fraction of what you would consider a ration. That she has a big bag full of stuff now, and she just does something over it, and then eats them one at a time. And seems very satisfied.
I'd put the tray like somewhere that could hold it, like a tree or something. Not a tree, but a table.
There's tables in the carriage.
All right, yeah, I'll leave it in there. Then I'll go in the carriage and leave it for anyone who wants.
You see RJ, he
Um,
gets up and shuffles over and grabs one. Goes back to his work.
What time were we thinking of leaving? Today, tomorrow?
Who are you asking?
Anyone
RJ.
who's listening?
I mean, yeah, everybody's around the carriage. Well, Nithir and Tywin, Fizz, Drix is somewhat near the carriage, not immediately, and then RJ are near the carriage. And actually, from the carriage, you can see the end nook window, and Wizrun still sitting at the little reading nook by the window. You can see him at the end of the building.
Anyone? Are we leaving today? One guy was wondering. Brother.
I will sign yes to Fizz. See if Fizz catches it or not.
Roll an intelligence check.
Fizz.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fizz.
he's looking for the button. Nope.
Ooh.
He's. I'm
D-
like,
DC 5, by the way.
Yeah. DC5K easy. Taween, I think we agreed previously that we would head out whenever Taziel was ready.
He said
Ready.
he said he could be. He said we could probably go tonight. It would take him a little bit more, be a little bit harder to do, but probably be best to leave tomorrow, right? Added some extra time to this time before we got in the boat.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
so I hold up the note that I wrote earlier that says, "Let's go look at the boat." In Elvish.
Oh, yeah, that.
RJ just adds to that last thing. He just says, "Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever."
All right. Yeah, let's go check out the boats. I think he named off 3 of them, and he said 2 of them would just not work because of the size of the crew. Probably the small one.
Oh, okay. Did he have an estimate for time?
For when we'll get there,
Yeah.
it's in about a week.
Wow, that's really fast.
Boats are fast.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Tyween's an expert now.
Well, surely they could be employing ferrying people to the lake.
Wasn't the other side of the lake poisoned or something?
So I suppose that's true right now.
RJ said something about plague. Death.
Get cleared up.
Nathaniel will start
leave the
walking
city again.
towards the boat exit.
I'll follow. Specifically, while we're walking around, I would like to is like, does there look like
Say again,
any?
where you're dropping like every other word a little bit.
Okay, let me try.
Your threshold, maybe.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
this better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so while we're on our way, I'd like to keep an eye out for any alternative entrances to the complex.
Okay.
Or does the wall look pretty much just intact? I'm not gonna like go up to the wall and start walking around all along it, inspecting everywhere, but
Yeah, I mean,
there's something obvious, like
just
a lower part of the wall.
just on your path back toward it around the shipyard entrance or exit. You've really only seen those 3 exits: the one to the main trade road, the one to the town, and the one to the shipyard. There is part of the maze that goes flush up against the wall, but it's too tall to see over.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
Other than that, the rest of the exterior wall you're generally able to see.
Yeah. But the maze goes up against the wall, like, on the, like, not the town side, on like the
On the north side of the complex, yeah.
away from the town.
More on the northwest side.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To the docks.
All
We're
right.
walking.
The docks.
So your group
I
gets.
would say everybody but Drix probably didn't come.
Yeah, I imagine RJ's in tow. Would you have grabbed a Wizrune?
Sure. See if he knows anything about boats.
Anything particular as you're getting out to the docks that you are looking for, or are you just kind of taking the scene in? I'm going to describe it, but if there's anything in advance you know you're trying to look for.
Just the way
What
there.
kind of
How do you get there? How do you get back?
Yeah.
The path and the what we see.
the shape of the boat? Like, does it look decrepit or
Yes.
falling apart?
Uh-huh.
Because I almost drowned yesterday.
All right. So you get to the back gate, and as you guys all approach it, the robed man lifts it and pulls it to the side without a word, allowing you access out. And you immediately, on the outside of the gate, there's like this built wooden platform, and it on your left immediately shears straight down on cliffside. The wall itself, on the exterior of the wall, there's maybe a foot or so of ground before the cliff itself and the wall. Even like walking along the outside of the wall here would be a bit frightening potentially. And you'd have to like shimmy. But off to the right, it immediately staircases down. It looks like these stairs at the beginning are built of wood, but eventually it looks like part of the cliffside itself has been partially carved, and it juts out a bit, and they used that to make a series of stone stair steps that lead down. It juts out more, where there's another wooden kind of platform so that it can double back on itself, and then the rest of it is wooden built staircases along the way down, and it's like platform 45 degrees down. They're rather steep stairs. It's not a very wide structure. Maybe from, side of one platform to the top to the other side of the other platform, if they were on the same level, is about 30 feet apart. And it's like this that you go down about 100 feet of cliff. Back and forth, back and forth. and there's about 4 landings in total to get down. The last landing kind of shoots outward, where it's built onto like a W-shaped 3-tiered little dock. Each pier themselves only goes out about, they go out a distance. They go out about 70, 80 feet, kind of leaving 2 inner ports, 2 like little inner coves, and then the outsides on either edge of the dock as well. Kind of around at the base of the cliff itself, you can see jagged rocks and just, random debris that's fallen over time collected at the base with the waves lapping up against it. There is not really a beach or anything of that nature. If you're facing with the wall behind you, off to your left, which is the direction of the town, you can see the town's beach. But between the town's beach and this section of the dock itself, not only is there a good 70 or so foot gap, but there's also a little outward expansion of rocks that kind of bars it off from anything else. To your right, it just follows cliffside for some distance until it bends out of view, and out to that direction to the north. On the docks themselves, you see a number of crates and barrels, some tied with rope, others not with rope. There is some sort of contraption that has a platform with pulleys and wedges, like a small lift of sorts, even though your characters may not understand necessarily what that is. But it looks like it can be crank wheeled at its base to raise it up, and it would crank a series of ropes upward where you could load on and then swing it as the whole thing rotates outward onto these 2 main port docks, the 2 inside the W shape. In the W shape itself, in these 2 slots for boats, are 2 boats. Now, from the town's beach itself, you only saw 3, but now that you're down here, you can see there's actually 4 ships. There's the one closest to the town's beach. It's parked kind of between the outside edge of the rocks and the left side of the last dock itself, and it's actually backed into port, with its front facing out towards the lake. And this one, notably compared to the other 3, looks the oldest for sure. There was mention at some point or another that the townsfolk used parts of their homes to build one of the ships, or all of them, you're not sure which. This one for sure looks to be probably the first, and not necessarily the prototype, but you can definitely see elements of, that was probably where a door frame used to be, and they've just kind of fitted in more wood and made it work. It's still decent construction, but it's a little janky. It itself has 2 masts with the sails. Notably, no sort of cloth sails attached. It looks like it's been tied up to dock, and it's either not seaworthy or currently not outfitted to be on the seas. Or the lake, I suppose I should say. Next to that one is one that looks very similar in style, except the wood itself is much better. It's straight planks. You can tell it wasn't scavenged wood. It's got a nice kind of sheen to it. It also has 2 masts. It is in the leftmost U shape, or W of the W shape on the inside. It is parked nose inward to the dock, and it has also the 2 sails, or the 2 masts, but also the giant rolls of cloth sails and the numerous lines of rigging and ropes that lay strewn across the sides, tied to various portions of the outer rim of the ship. On the back of that one, you can see these two, what Tawin was told earlier were ballista. These massive-looking crossbows that are on like the very far back left and back right of this ship. The third one on the right, W shape, is one that is 3 masts. It is halfway between janky and has bits of nice wood. It looks like it was an amalgamation of the two styles or sources of wood, if you will. It has 3 masts. It also looks currently outfitted to sail. But that one is backed in currently as well. And then the one that you didn't see from shore, likely because this 3-masted ship entirely obscured it, is on the far right dock. There's a single 1-masted ship that is much smaller than the rest. And it does not seem to have any sort of large ballista or anything of the nature on it. And it looks like it's made from kind of newer, better wood as well. You see no one on the docks.
Interesting. Well, boats. I'm trying to think if I would be surprised by boats or not.
Boats.
Or ships. Oddly, even though I can't really think of a time that I've ever actually been on a ship, these look like ships to me. And I'll sign to Reggie.
Google Translate.
Yeah. The one that doesn't look like that one is ready to go. Probably not the big one.
Mentioned something about ballista, or the plural for ballistae.
For whatever reason, I think I would know what a ballista is. What do you mean roll? Just throw whether I think if I know what a ballista is.
Knowledge engineering.
Nope. Never mind.
Big crossbow. Like Fizz.
That I know what it is. And there's on that 2-masted ship that he explained. You see one there, right?
There's 2.
He said something about big creatures in water. Need ballista.
It's a little disconcerting.
Probably that one then. The 2-masted one.
I signed to Reggie, probably.
2 sticks. With cloth.
I'll ask
Something works.
I'll ask Reggie, do you know how boats work?
I can't say that I've ever really seen one. I've seen, little fishing things and rivers. But nothing this size.
Are those the ones with the oars I was told about?
Sometimes. Usually.
I don't know what an oar is.
It's like a big stick with a paddle on the end. Helps push you through the water.
Ah. See, RJ, you understand me. How to break things. One guy used big words. I don't know.
Just,
Like or.
just keep letting Drix teach you when you can, and you'll learn them big words.
Ocean.
This is not an ocean. This is a lake.
Yes.
And on that note, it does not have that salty sea air smell that a normal ocean would have.
Yeah, what does the water smell like? I mean, is it like clean? Smell clean? Seem clean? Or
Yeah,
seem
it's not briny by any means. It's
not stagnant because it's got a flow to it or something?
yeah. I mean, for anybody who's seen the Great Lakes, which is most of us here,
Yeah.
oh, you have too. Excellent, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's that sort of water. It's fresh water, and it's.
So is this how recent was the most recent storm? Because a few days after a storm, you end up having the beach smelling a lot like seaweed and dead fish.
True. The last storm you guys had was a number of days back. While you're still
Also
on your
dep-
travels, and whether or not that hit this area or not is another story. It lightly rained the other night, but
and the direction of the storm matters too.
yes.
Has to be a storm. Light rain won't do it.
Yep.
So, is there like a way to hop up on the boat or to look at it closely?
There are on all of them. They're all tied up and docked with ropes to these big wooden tree, what were probably once tree trunks, but poles tied off, and there are gangplanks, large wooden slats that are.
Okay, I'll
kind
walk
of
up on the
posted.
two-masted one because I'm guessing, not knowing, I'm guessing that that's the one. But I'll walk up on it, just walk around on it, see what it feels like.
Okay.
Just looking it over.
I mean, it's got a little rock to it as you go.
Okay.
And here's the layout of it
All right.
for your exploration devices. This map
Yeah,
shows
my
pretty
name.
clearly which ones are the downs, which go to these different areas. The only thing that is of note on this, I don't have lighting set up for this because it's not that big of a deal. This door here down on the bottom deck is locked.
One in the back somewhere.
It's the only lock. If you go a little bit further.
Yeah.
Further down over there.
Yep, see it.
And they keep their lifeboats in the hall.
Yep. And on the inside of the walls above these little boats, Haween, you see oars.
This oar. So these are rowboats.
And above them you see much, much larger oars.
What are those for? Hammocks. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's sleeping in hammocks, it looks like.
Yep.
Oh, there's a dead body next to the boat.
What?
I see something in the water.
Oh yeah, right there. Something on your layer. Something on your layer that.
I don't see a body there.
But there's like a.
In that box.
There's something.
What is this box? There's nothing in that box for me.
Alright.
There's nothing there.
I am seeing this box. I don't know how you make this box.
The second tool down.
Oh, we can draw shapes as well.
Yeah, and text and lines, and you can do all sorts of stuff.
But yeah, there's definitely something there, Noah.
As on my screen, it's not there, so I don't know what to say.
It's a ghost. Oh no! That's hilarious. Actually.
Here, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. We're fixing it.
Oh, you just want to draw over it? And
Yeah, I don't see a thing. So, whatever you're seeing, I have no idea what it is or how it got there.
There we go. It's gone. It's not there anymore.
All right. Excellent.
All right, that's
I
it.
see.
Leonardo just wandering around, looking around because she can't really remember that she's ever been on a boat. But for some odd reason, this is a boat, a ship, a small ship. And you don't have my name on my character.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, that was fun.
As you guys are all checking out that lower deck, you hear boot steps on the dock above. You hear boot steps on the gangplank above, and then boot steps on the deck above.
Yeah, go up.
Yep. And as you guys come back up the top deck, you don't have to move your tokens around or anything. This is just so you guys can see the layout since you went down here. You see Tasswell, who's carrying like this crate of something, and it looks like he's somewhat struggling to carry it, but you know he's carrying it, and then he sees you guys start to come up the staircase, and he just steps it down. And, hello everybody.
Wave to him.
Hey,
Hello.
You come to check out the ship, or perhaps you can help me load too, if you aren't busy, of course. Or if you had questions, I could stop for a while and answer any questions you had.
I'll sign to RJ. What needs to be loaded? I'll help.
what are the big oars for?
Oh, the big ones down below. Yeah, those are in case something happens to the sails. And he points up there to the sails. You see these hooks, and there's like a number of hooks on either side of this middle section. He says, we can slot them into these, and it requires a lot of people, and it's really, really tiring and hard. Really not recommended, but in a worst case scenario, it allows us to still move around a little bit at least. Gives us a little bit more maneuverability too, in case we need to, in more of a fine way, get into a tighter spot, kind of like these docks. I'll usually use one of them some of the crew will use a couple of them to push the boats back out of these ports. I don't always park them in the ports like this, so sometimes I'll just come up the side, but I haven't had any of them leave dock for a few months now, so I pulled them all the way in for safety.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of your crew, it's kind of weird that you're loading up the ship by yourself. Where is your crew?
I haven't really been able to get many people interested. I've got a few, but I'm just making do with what I've got right now. Planned on going down out to the tavern of the town tonight, where a lot of the normal people who come with me are usually lurking around, and trying to talk to some of them.
Perhaps I could go with you to help get some volunteers.
That would be welcome. I mean, For this ship, which is the one that we should take. I mean, as you can see, and he points over to the other one. That one's pretty wrecked. That was my first ship that we made. Good ship. Leaked a lot, but it made some interesting times. And then he points over to the really big ship, and then got a little ambitious. It went real big before I had the right resources. It's a good ship, and that one will pull a whole lot of cargo and trade goods. When I have the chance and the crew, that's the big part. Minimally, I need like 40 people for that one, which is a bit of a problem recently. So I've only done like 2 voyages with it.
But if we were able to get 40 people, we could maybe take the bigger one.
I still wouldn't recommend it if we're going to the center of the lake. I guess now.
I mean, you're the sailor. You know what?
Well, there's a reason. Among other things, the towns out west, they're currently going through some hard times. So it's not real safe for me to go trade right there. The towns far south are other options, but well, a few months ago, I was on my little ship there. That only needs like 5 people to run it. It's real nice for that reason. Me and a few people were down south, and as we started coming back north here, we had just made some deals for a couple of trade routes in the next year or two. We saw kind of somewhat in the center of the lake, although at the time it was much further east. Yeah, east. We almost got swept away by it. There was this massive storm that had gathered, and I waited a few weeks, thinking it'd dissipate and I'd just go back down and confirm the negotiations, and it was still out there. It made things real rough, and my little ship couldn't handle it. I'm pretty sure I know that old ship there wouldn't handle it, and my big one, that's a little bit patchwork itself. I've not tested it to that degree. But this ship we're standing on here, I recommend this one because in the years that I've had these ships, I've been able to trade for actual good lumber out west. And over time, using the other ones, I was able to get enough, and then people of the town were able to come together, and we built this ship. And I brought over a few shipwrights because they knew how to do it. They were really hard to find. But yeah, so this is the sturdiest thing I got. And if we're going to the center, it's been a couple months, but I checked like once or twice more after that, and it was still out there, causing issues. So between that and the plagues of the west, I really haven't had the ability to sail anywhere without danger that I just don't think is worth it. But my brother says you guys have something important to do, so here we are.
Yeah.
Most important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means, but it's important enough to risk my life and all of ours. But I mean, not to be gloomy or anything. Speaking of the people, we will need minimally around 20 people total to keep this thing going. I've already got 2 myself, and another, for sure. And then if it's the 5 of you, 6 of you, the group of you, I mean, assuming you're able to help, if not, then we'll have to find a way to, try and round up some more people. But if you guys can help fill any of those slots, that'd be great. I could teach you the ropes along the way. We should have enough days before we hit any sort of troubling weather, hopefully, where you can get the basics at least. But if you just rather really wouldn't, then we'll just have to find more people before we leave.
Yeah. Something tells me maybe Tyween's a little bit more suited for sailing than myself.
Why is that? I mean, is it because you think you're not strong, or are you clumsy, or?
I'm just not. I tend to not do a lot of exercise.
I mean,
so
that's all right.
Super strong.
There's things that don't need you to be strong that you can still help out with if you want it. I'm not trying to push you, but we do need people.
Yeah. Well, let's see how successful our employment drive is.
That makes sense.
In town.
I mean, at the end of the day, if we get in any trouble, I can teach you how to shoot one of those. And he points back at the ballista. That doesn't really require much strength.
No. As long as somebody else was willing to do the loading.
I mean, it's a number of parts. There's, usually you got somebody loading it, and then the person that aims and fires it. It's usually 2-man crews on those.
Right. Okay.
You can just be the one that pulls the trigger and swivels the thing.
Yeah.
If you're any good of a shot, I guess.
I consider myself a pretty decent shot, but haven't had much practice with a giant ballista.
Yeah.
Or ballista. So. I don't know, DM. What would qualify you for weapon proficiency with that?
If Nithia knew what to be loading, she's just loading while everybody's chit-chatting.
Yeah, you can see there's a number of things on the dock that at one point, he mentioned at some point he mentioned something along the lines of, we'll be stocking up on supplies too. So once we get people, we can always, there's some of the stuff there that we can load up, and that's when you have the cue of that stuff there. Okay.
Yep.
We should be able to bring enough. I think if we bring 2-3 weeks worth of supplies, just in case, bring that third week of stuff a little extra in case we get into any damage or turned around a bit or we just dilly-dally out there in the waters.
Okay, that's what I do. No other desired activities.
Right.
Yes.
For me.
Tyween, are you going to help load the boat?
Yeah.
All right.
This is most obviously just, further inspecting the boat rather than
That's what I thought.
Might carry a few of the lighter things onto the boat, but takes his time and.
This box of cloth. I got this one.
Boxes of cloth are heavy.
That's true, they would be. But there would be.
It's more like, here's a bundle of wheat. I'll pick that up gingerly and carry it. Just the one.
or like one like roll of rope at a time.
Yes.
Yeah, and
This pillow.
the sorts of things that you do see, like not all of the crates are necessarily covered, or you're able to look in them in barrels and stuff. You're bringing things aboard like extra, sections of wood, in case any repairs need to be made. There's nails and hammers. You see like sections of cloth, presumably for if the sails get damaged. You see there's a couple of crates of ballista bolts. In addition to there's this like chest on the back by the ballistas, which are filled up with these like really big bolts. And just
Got it.
other sorts of things that look like they might be useful potentially.
Again, whatever he has set aside, that's what we carry in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Assuming he knows what he's doing, because we have no clue.
Yep. And as he talks, as you guys are all kind of loading for the next few hours, over the course of it, he kind of talks about, he gives you the 101 on ships as new people. How the real basics, even like he starts real easily. Like, we obviously can't go side to side or backwards. We'll have to, always go forward. We can help point the sails in different directions to get speed with the wind. We don't want to go against the wind. Like things that for us as players are pretty simple, but as your characters, they may not necessarily understand. That it's an entire profession per se to even be able to drive a ship, but anyone can do it, especially if there's nothing really going on. And how it's important to help each other, and how that helps a lot. He very briefly talks about how, if the steering wheel were to get damaged or the sails or some oars were to be broken, that might slow us down, and we have extras for that reason.
Good.
And kind of just gives a general, idea over the next couple hours as you help him load. It seems, most of the stuff he already needed was in on the docks themselves, and there's like up near the cliff itself, there's this one. It is a small structure that's kind of on the very edge of the cliff face itself, a covered shelter where a lot of these crates were stored as well, aside from the ones that he had already preemptively moved to the edge of the dock. Just a place where the rains wouldn't necessarily get to them. Yeah. So he goes over that, kind of just brief.
Okay.
I guess during his explanations of that stuff, you guys have any particular questions about those sorts of things?
Nah, another life for pirates, so we know how it all works.
Yeah.
Even in pirates, you don't know this stuff, but
Even pirates were not pirates.
I know, right? No questions. I just take it in.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't have any questions, but I'll Fizzle make the comment that we do want to leave as soon as possible, but if it's a choice between leaving and not, or like leaving unprepared and leaving prepared, I think we'd all agree to wait a little bit and leave prepared.
It's probably the smartest decision.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully later tonight, then we can go out and rally some good people.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't like my family much, particularly my brother. It's kind of a dick, but there's.
So you don't like your brother that much?
I mean, he's my brother. Like,
Yeah.
of course, I care for him, but he is a dick. He's real rigid.
I
Like he knows what he knows. He believes what he believes, and that's that. And he knows what's best for the family. He's the eldest. He's the the one that the parents trusted in when they got sick, and they sent Lenenia off to school out east, and I helped out where I could, but God, he just became controlling to some degree, and and I found all this ship stuff, and it was actually a shipwright that came through town, um, quite a ways back, uh, talked about this stuff, you know, that they had learned it out east near the Gulf of Sails. Apparently, that's where ships like this are actually sailed in large numbers, and there's fights, and they have these things called cannons. I've never seen one, but shoot giant metal balls, and they've got much bigger ships than I've got here. Ones with 4 or 5 masts on them. I spent some time with that person back in the day, and they taught me a lot, and it kind of gave me that passion.
I mean,
Sorry, I kind of rambled on
sorry
there a
if
little
I'm.
bit.
No. It's interesting. I mean, I certainly have a number of brothers, but
You know how it is then, don't you?
yeah, but I don't know. Like, that's like what's really keeping you here? It sounds almost like you'd rather be on the coast. Like, I get
Kinda,
that
yeah.
family is important, but at some point you're gonna have to, you know. Seems to me like you guys. I mean, although the house is pretty nice and everything, I don't know that you have much of a life eating
I mean,
fish all the time.
I guess a few things. Go ahead and make a diplomacy at this point. See if he kind of stays a
Oh,
little
great.
on the looser side, or your performance too. Is the way you word
Yeah,
things is
it's
tricky.
his performance
Yeah.
because of my skills.
Yep.
And if he has more than 5 hit points, I get a +4. If he
Okay.
has more than 5 hit dice, more than me. So I currently have 3.
Yeah. Um.
He's
Yeah. I mean, it seems you've caught him in a pretty good mood. Like you can tell he's excited to leave. He's excited to be sailing again. And you kind of catch him while he's working. Like you pick your time when you ask your questions. When he's maybe not so focused on what he's saying because he's also doing something else. And you've just got that way of knowing when to say or do something. Um, and he goes, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd love to be in the Gulf of Sales. I'd love to, run with the legendary sailors, stuff like that. And but I've got no footing there. I've got nothing there. I don't know anybody. I don't own anything. And truth be told, we don't have money. We've got this manor, got what we were left, but not really rich. It looks like it. That's why all these people came, I think. I don't know. They saw something in us. And I'm glad I've been able to help them. Give them jobs, help feed them with the trades from other cities. I always pay out a portion of that to them. I mean, my brother probably wouldn't like it, but hell, I'm probably one of the reasons they're all still here, kind of. Because if he'd have had his way, he'd have just let them all starve at their doorsteps. And I kind of feel for him. I understand the idea of wanting to go somewhere new, start something of your own. Plus, my sister, she's dead set on staying here too. I don't know why, but I mean, I have a few ideas, but I don't understand it. And I mean, she's younger than me, and try to look after her somewhat, even though she could definitely kick my ass in a fight, and has ever since she came back from school. And you've just been in the family generations. It's our heritage. It's hard to break away from something like that. Especially
Yeah, I suppose.
in a world like in a realm like this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I'm just really excited to be able to get back out on the water, do something, even if it is potentially sailing at a giant ass storm in the sky. Really hope it's gone, but you know, there's other dangers out there too. But
This storm doesn't sound good.
I don't know why a storm would hang around for that long, honestly.
Mm.
Wasn't us.
Why would it be what? What are you talk? Why would it be you? Doesn't make any sense. People can't make storms.
Yes. Tywee, my good friend. Funny.
I mean,
He does this little dance. He thinks it makes it rain. Quite endearing.
maybe like, back before the last Great War, but that's when they had crazy magic or something, my brother says.
Yes, indeed. Crazy magic. So this boat, it looks like it's pretty good, and
Yeah.
maybe we should start thinking about going at some people,
All right.
get some sailors.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a good amount of the stuff loaded. We'll need more, but especially if we get some people, we can always finish that up before we set sail. Whether that's tonight, tomorrow, whenever.
And they can help too.
True. Yeah. I was just gonna do a little bit myself here, but then you guys all came along and we just kind of got to talking, and we've already loaded like half of it. So, I guess thanks for the help, guys.
No problem. We're part of crew.
See, you're already on your way to being a sailor. Heck, Taween, maybe I'll even teach you to steer the boat.
What does that mean?
Huh?
Steering.
The big wheel over there. Make it go left or right.
Ah.
We
Never seen one of those.
we I will say this, worst case scenario, if things don't go well in town, we can get away with 10 people sailing the boat. It'll be rough, we won't get much sleep, it'll be really hard, we'll all be tired, everyone would have to help, and we're already at like 7 or 8. But we could do it. I don't want to. I'd rather have around 20, but we could. My boat's got an interesting component to it. There's a couple of other levers up there by the wheel, and they're actually rigged with pulley systems to help turn the sails without a lot of the help that bigger ship over there. A lot of people have to move a lot of ropes, retie, rechange things. Not so much with this one. That's why we could get away with less. I mean, raising them's a different story, and lowering them's a different story. But turning them, which is a lot of work on that bigger ship, is a little bit of a luxury we have. And if something breaks, like those extra people could help like fix the ropes and stuff. They do tend to break a little more often than normal because they're moving in preset ways and rub back and forth. But it was something that I came up with the help of that old shipwright I told you about.
Interesting.
So we could do 10. 20 will be comfortable. Just keep that in mind, Fizz, as we go and look for people. We don't want just anyone either. Like, women, not strong enough. Those ropes will throw them right overboard. I mean, maybe your friend here. She looks pretty buff, but it looks like she could probably handle herself. But like a housewife, that's not going to work. I mean, we could probably use a couple cooks. Maybe they'd fill that role. Definitely don't want kids or too younger of young men. We don't want old men either. Like, we have to pick and choose, and unfortunately the town doesn't have much of that to begin with. Just things to keep in mind as we go look for people.
So you're saying the old man, a kid, and two people who don't look like they know about anything about sailing would make pirates.
That's definitely not what we want. No, that would be irresponsible.
And they'd probably hurt themselves climbing the mast.
I mean, that or worse, they could die falling out of those masts.
Is this a crossover episode, or
he's making silly references?
We learned our original crew was an old man, a kid, another slightly older kid, and a man who does not know how to sail. We were all spellcasters.
Nobody knew how to sail.
Yeah, that would
now
not,
we're all sailors.
that would not be recommended whatsoever. That's the sort of thing we should definitely avoid.
yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, I mean, I'll try and gather up the best that we can find, or help you gather up the best that we can find in town.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a few contacts that I would, we should go to first. But I don't know how many of them are going to want to join, and after that, that's where the decisions will have to start being made. There are a number of positions we need to fill. Like, people need to be doing these things, especially if anything happens that isn't just smooth sailing, which never happens when you sail anywhere. I can tell you that from experience. Something happens, whether it's bad weather, you hit a reef. Well, there's not really reefs here, but not on the lake, but
Reefs on the lake.
there's
That would not be good.
things that can go wrong, and we need to be prepared for that, or not. I mean, I'll die. That works too, I guess.
Halloween doesn't want to die. Darwin would like to live long life.
Yes, that is preferable for all of us.
Longer than most, am I right, Toad?
Yeah. I've probably already outlived your whole lifespan.
How old are you?
I am See. 2, subtract the 3. I am 93.
Oh, okay.
93 years old. Kind of young
Pretty
for elves.
Pretty spry for a geriatric human, though.
Halloween, that doesn't seem to surprise him.
I don't really note that. He said he's met elves before, so probably understands the longevity of an elf life. Yeah, Fizz probably won't last that long. he does call you out. He deliberately said.
Okay. What?
93.
I couldn't imagine making it to 93. That'd be so old and decrepit. No, I want to go out when I'm 50, with a maid in each arm.
Why a maid?
A girl.
Oh, like, why you want to hire 2 maids to go out with you? I that just kind of went over my head. Sorry.
Maidens, then? A maiden in each arm?
Yeah. That makes more sense. Well, I mean, if we're done here for talks for now, I'm good to. Well, I need to do a couple other things back up at the house, but plus it's probably better to go out a little later, north towards dusk. That's when the people I know will probably be around the tavern. So
Thinking.
you wanna meet up then, Fizz, at the city-side gate
Sure.
a little bit before dusk.
Sure.
Okay. Then the group of you disperse back to wherever. Anything in that time period before dusk that anybody wishes to get up to?
Yes, I mean, guys, I think we might want to consider, sorting out what we leave behind with the Driz, and what we take on the ship, and I think we still the matter of the task that I currently have to do for the Baron or the Lord.
Did he literally say you could take years to do that?
Yes. But I just curious as to who would be. I have some thoughts on the matter that I would like to discuss with the group. That's all.
All right.
Like, is Wizrin like with us, the group? As you're kind
Yes.
of all walking back up, Tassel's gone on ahead of you, so it's just you guys.
Yes, excluding Tazzle and.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, let's hear it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand why the good Lord is sort of annoyed by the people in the valley, but I don't really blame them for setting up shop there. And to be honest, as far as I can tell, I mean, sure, the Lord owns the land within the walls, but I don't know that he necessarily has the right to the land that's outside his walls. So I don't really feel like forcing them to move on. Or convincing them to move on. That's, certainly something we could do that would resolve the issue at hand. But, I think these people could do better. I think maybe if we, supported them and help them out enough, we might be able to change the power structure of the area a little bit.
For the sake of narrative aid, RJ has broken off during this part.
Yeah.
What about being a nomad's not bad.
Okay.
That could be just travel.
It's true.
Wizard says, I mean, I came from a really poor place. I was happy to leave. I don't have anything. But I know I'm happier than where I thought I was going to be happy. Or at least where I thought I was supposed to survive.
Yeah.
I think I see both sides.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
But whatever you choose, I'll support you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. So, okay. That's all I really wanted to discuss. I wanted to get sort of the group's feelings for
Now I just picture
that. So
now I just picture this whole city, this whole town, just coming with us.
oh, we'll see how good I am at assisting.
Yes, we just have this.
Everyone goes on the boat.
Not the boat. I mean,
Oh,
when we leave.
when we leave.
Our caravan.
Oh,
Take an
no.
entire town's worth of people up to Opportunity.
Oh, no.
That would definitely make it longer than a month's travel.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd make like 4 or 5 miles a day.
Okay, that's all I really wanted to talk about with the group. So I'll just kind of kill time until dusk to go with the.
Yep.
To go.
Whether it's exploring or hanging out in your room or playing your lute or meditating or playing with dogs, unless any you guys have anything in particular, you filter back to just kind of preparing yourself mentally, physically, or just hanging out.
Yeah.
When you guys do get back to camp, to the carriage itself initially, before you all split, RJ split off earlier because I can't speak for a couple of his opinions there on the matter.
Yeah.
And I'm holding a lot of my conversation until he's actually in game 2. So
Yeah, and he says, I imagine RJ says something along the lines of, I have opinions on the matter, but I'd rather wait to talk about them till later. I need to think about things still.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in a happy tone. There's probably an edge of frustration there. But
Okay.
that helps narratively, that issue for now. But allows us to continue. You guys have boat time to talk about that stuff too, so.
right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. So there will be opportunity before you have to make a decision on the matter.
We can get into some drama time on a boat.
Yeah, I definitely imagine there's going to be at least one session of drama day on the boat. Anyway, when you guys do get back to camp, you see that Sin is kind of waiting. Oh, like you can tell he's kind of waiting at the carriage for you guys to return.
Okay.
He just says, as you approach, how's everything progressing? Is everything set, I guess?
Almost. We need a little bit more crew, which we're going to go into town to see if we can hire or recruit or something and draft maybe. And
all right.
Besides that, we should be ready to go maybe tomorrow morning, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That'll be good. We should get there soon. That would be good.
To the anchor, or
Yes, the anchor.
okay,
It's
you're concerned about not getting there in time, or
not so much. No. It's been a long time
feel that
since. Yes, and it's been a long time since I've I've been on a boat, and yeah, it's a little hesitation there, I guess.
well, I think the boat's as safe as we're gonna get
Yes,
in these parts. So
we will be safe on the waters. For the most part, probably.
Yeah, ballista.
yeah,
But ballistas are good. They're helpful.
Hammocks.
Well, should have said so sooner.
Now you got his attention.
Oars.
Those also are usually on ships, yes? You're just naming ship things now.
Yes.
That's good. That's
For
good.
the most part.
I've spent time on the seas, and the ocean. I can teach you some things if you'd like. The words.
Ah. Someone who's actually been on a boat. Excellent.
I have, yes. It's been a long, long time, but yes.
I thought we all would be.
Waters felt like home to me at one time. That was a long time ago, though.
Man of mystery. Okay.
That's all.
cool. Well, I mean, sailors seem to be in short supply around here, so it's a good thing you're coming with us.
I don't know how much help these old bones could be at this point, but I have some tips and pointers I could give.
I'm sure anything would help.
Likely, from what I know of you all so far. Not that that's a bad thing, just we muddle through. It's difficult
Sounds
when
good.
yes, it's difficult to do more than just muddle through in so much of the world. The realms around us are so dark.
Really on a downer right now. All right. We hang
Well,
around
I
till
mean, if
night,
you're
then go in the city.
if you're nervous or feeling a little sad, I'm sure Drix could help you out with that.
I'm sure he could. No, I'll be fine. I just mostly wanted to let you know that I can be helpful. I didn't mean
Well, it's
to
always
worry any of you with my trepidation.
well, it's much appreciated, and you can always express your trepidations with us.
I will keep that in mind. You're good people. Stay that way.
Yes.
Try.
Don't.
I think.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think I'm going to maybe hit the sack early tonight. Got big day tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a real reason to go into the city either.
You guys split off to do your things. You're wind down for the night. And Fizz!
Yes.
Near dusk has arrived. And is there anything final that you do before you meet up with Tatsuo?
Nope.
Okay. So you meet him down by the front gate, or the side gate, down towards town. And you can excuse me. You can see that he's changed garb a bit. He looks ready to sail. While he's been in the manor so far, he's worn a little bit looser, more relaxed clothing. But now he's in, like full tighter pants. He's got a shirt with multiple pockets and something that looks more versatily useful and less flowy as to not restrain or snag things. Like he's finally donned that captain's uniform that he's had, that he hasn't been able to pull out for a while. And he's wearing it with a bit of, pride. He's got a nice stance as you approach, and he's just, well, Fizz, glad you could make it. Shall we go and do some recruiting, I guess?
Yes, we should.
Excellent. Any other thoughts on the matter that you've had over the course of the afternoon? I still have my same idea, but you seem like a crafty one. Discuss the game plan as we get down to the tavern.
Yes. I mean, we definitely should get your contacts because I'm sure they know sailing. See if we can convince them to join us on our journey. But
Yep.
we have to get a couple able bodies to just fill up the crew. Our companion Sin says that he's kind of knowledgeable about sailing, so he might be able to help direct people either below deck or above deck. So we might be able to make do with a few just able-bodied, good, strong men.
All right. Yeah, I agree. So, I guess we should go to my contacts first. That would probably be best. All right. Yes. Sorry. Well, when we are on this waters, I will be, filling the captain's role. That will, allow me to keep an eye on everything and keep everything moving, collectively. But I do particularly want to meet up with 3 people I have sailed with in the past. One is a fairly excellent pilot. He's got some experience behind the wheel. If we can get him, a lot of our troubles will be aside. Secondly, there was a man that I made one voyage with. He might still be in town. He used to serve in Duhana's military, but has since retired with his family and come out this way. He understands the ballista and those situations quite well, and battle in general. He would make a wonderful master gunner in the event that we need one. And well, unfortunately, I'm aware she's no longer in town. We will not have a ship surgeon, so if anything does happen, we will have to fend for ourselves on any injuries or accidents that happen along the way.
We have a doctor.
He doesn't.
Yeah. Well, we do have RJ. Quite considers himself a little bit of a doctor. I mean, I've seen him do some stuff. I don't know if he's on the same level as a surgeon, but he'd at least be able to provide some medicine, I think.
That could be very helpful, especially if you could fill that role, provided we need it. Hopefully we don't, but that would be helpful. Excellent.
If we were to run into some injuries, do you still think that 20 people would be sufficient, or would we need a couple extra able bodies in case?
Well, that is the 20-10 split I was talking about earlier. 20 is really, if we have 20 people all working, most of them won't be working most of the time unless certain things start happening. For example, having a surgeon's useful when people need injured. Otherwise, we don't really need them. But they're lumped in that 20. We definitely always need a pilot. In fact, we could have up to 4 potential pilots. Well, 2 pilots, depending on how we want to shift out day and night. The kind of aid to a pilot would be a navigator. We could always use 1 to 2 of them as well. 1 for, again, each shift. For that matter, we could even use 2 surgeons, really. But if we have 1, then we could make do just as well. Again, I mean, everything always comes in pairs, right? Because ship sails doesn't stop. If we did stop, that would be, well, we just drift around while everyone slept, and that wouldn't work out too well. So, I know the 1 master gunner, but in the event that something does happen and he's asleep, another person trained in combat would be helpful. So up to 2 of them as well. And then there's just the general crewmates that we may or may not need for repairing masts or sails, or if we start to take on some leaks. We could easily need 6 to 12 of them, in addition to all of these other things happening, as they are not always available. I mean, I'm captain, and we don't necessarily need a replacement captain, but I guess, a first mate is helpful. I will have a first mate. I will have a first mate for this. I know that for sure. So that is not an issue.
And he just rambles and rambles.
Yeah.
He does know his stuff.
Yeah, he's rambling. You can very clearly tell he knows what he's talking about. The last kind of number he throws at you is, and outside the 20 people that we would maximally, or the 10 people minimally we would need, that does not account for anyone on siege engines whatsoever. We could use up to 8 people, depending on how the shifts play out, to operate those. So we're looking minimally 10 a crew. Really, really bare bones, can't do without. 20, we're nice and comfortable. We could go as high as 40. and then we
Okay.
would have everybody covered for both sets of shifts.
Cool.
So
Good to know.
we have a wide range to fill, depending on how comfortable we want to be.
Yeah.
I really don't
Oh.
think we're going to get 40. That I've only done once before in my years of sailing here out of this town. But hopefully we can find some nice sweet spot in between that and 10.
Yeah. Well, let's talk to this pilot. Do you how likely do you think he'll join us?
I can be fairly confident on the pilot and master gunner I'm aware of.
Okay.
It's everyone else and the secondaries of those that hopefully your party members can help fill in between at least the more important roles, and then we can find the general. I mean, you guys seem like adventurers. You have at least skills in survival and stuff of that nature. You easily outrank, even if you don't know what you're doing, that man over there. And he points at some random guy who's like just digging in the dirt.
Yeah. Yes.
That man, for example, not useful. We don't want him.
Go get us a crew.
The question is, why is he digging in the dirt?
Worms.
If
Digging for potatoes.
if you want more information beyond that, get closer and make a perception check. But that's
Yeah,
what you
you're
see
not-
from a
I-
distance. If you don't care,
What
then
treasures
that's
is-
the man digging dirt, and that's all you'll know.
That's
What
that's the man
treasure?
digging dirt, and that's all that we'll know. Fizz does not care to find out what life and livelihood of this man digging dirt is.
As I thought, there's a story there, but you know what? I don't know that that's relevant right now.
How do you like your file there, Fizz?
Your file?
It's in the Renaissance direct message.
Oh.
Let's make it last even longer.
Oh god.
I did not want that picture. I posted that as like this picture is
Throw it
giving
up on the
bad.
site. Throw it up on the site tomorrow.
Oh god, that would take time. 1 minute. I'll do it. I'll do it during the break. My food's gonna be here
Okay.
in like
Just
5
put
minutes.
it when we go to break. Just put that picture up on your break.
Oh yeah,
page.
that'll be the thing we come back to for sure.
That is not my character.
That's canon.
we'll show you precisely what Fizz is not, but in an alternate world could be.
I could thin him up a little bit, but I kind of rather like it.
Okay, we'll make it canon. That's one of my ugliest sisters.
All right. So,
Even though it's supposed to be a guy.
Tasswell leads you to the tavern, but then he goes to like one of the houses right next door to the tavern and knocks on the door. And you see this human male come to the door. He's got thin red hair, these soft green eyes. His nose is beaked and quite large and pointy. You can see he's wearing rather worn clothing, but there are several small tools that hang from his belt. And Tassel says, Gady, it's great to see you again. I have a proposition for you, and I was hoping that you might come along. I'm setting sail again, and you did so well acting as the pilot that one time we went out a couple of years back. Wondering if you might be interested in doing so again. I'm sure that I can make it worth your time and probably be able to help you out in your situation, like we did last time. Katie kind of looks him over. Hmm. You dreets. You come down when you want something and nothing else. But that was fun. That was fun the one time. It got me out of this shithole. Plus, I got family. So, what the hell? I'm in. He says, great, great. This is one of the other crewmates. Frederick, I believe.
Yes.
Frederick Ericaz the Wondrous. Perhaps you heard my performance the other evening.
He just goes, you were the racket from next door. Yep, I heard it. We're gonna be hearing that the whole way across.
I don't know. It depends on how sick I get. I've never been on a boat before.
Where did you find this, newbie? Tasto goes, they have important business, and we're gonna help him and his crew out. It should pay well, and, well, it will be worth it, trust me. I haven't let you down before. He goes, yeah. Alright. It's fine. I'll get a good laugh out of this one. When you're yakking over the side of the deck. I'll, don't worry. We'll make sure you get nice and seasick. Lake sick, I suppose. Be what he says.
Even
Well-
on a lake, it's called seasick.
Is it? Okay.
Yep, because I've gotten seasick on a lake before.
Gotcha. And then, Tasso says, well, we are going to be departing, probably, looks back at Fizz, tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, I think, is probably best.
Excellent.
We still have some things to load, so
JD just says, alright, I'll meet you there. And he just shuts the door on both of you rather abruptly. Tasso says, perhaps it might be best if I split and go talk to people I know, and you start working on others. Might that work out a little better? I don't know that I'll
Sure.
have much trouble with the people that I know. I should be able to get them just fine, so...
Sure. Where do you think I would be best off finding people? Are here around the tavern, or?
Yes, the tavern should work quite well around it, stuff of that nature. You know the type of person to look for, so, give a crack at it for a while. I'll meet the people I know, and I'll catch up to you. It's not a very big town. I'll find you, and then we can do some of the work together.
Okay. So if that's the case, Fizz, after Tessiel departs,
Yep.
is going to start performing a sort of recruitment song.
Excellent. And you have some time to decide what that is, as we're going to take our break here. As I see my food
Okay.
just now pulling up. We will be breaking for about maybe 10, 15 minutes. Enough time to get a couple things together, eat a little bit, everybody get refreshments, drinks. Stay tuned in their stream, and we shall return shortly.
Yeah.
And All right, so switching back over. Welcome back, stream. Sorry for the little bit of an extended break there, but we're all, mostly me, fed and rehydrated and rebathroomed and ready to go. So, you know what? We're going to also. Oh, I forgot the image.
Fat Fizz.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, that's your computer taking off.
Oh, someone's shooting off space. All right, here is not Fat Fizz. All right, there it is. There it goes. Move you guys back here. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go with the classic bass music we always play for a minute, and then we'll add in Village underneath, and we'll add in some town noises. Okay, so Fizz, you have split from Tassowil, who has suggested that you go a little bit separately to try and recruit a number of crew. The number to recruit is somewhere minimally around 4 or 5 and up to at least like 35-ish, if not more. So Tassowil goes off and walks down the street to go and attempt to hire and reconnect with a couple of his other older contacts, while you are left right near the tavern to your own devices. What is your plan there, Sir Fizz?
My plan is I'm going to play a little recruitment song. Hopefully in more of like a shanty kind of tune to draw in the right crowd of sailors rather than just general people. The 14.
Okay. So you play this themed song in an attempt to sway those with words of adventure, with words of the seas and sailing and hard work and how it will pay off. You craft a lyrical tune that you think will hopefully entice the correct people. You get a number of people that start to come up. A very small crowd begins to form. Not as bad as last time. A number of them are, just younger children that just seem interested in what's happening. There's a few ladies that are in the periphery with some of their children, and others that are beginning to kind of filter up. And that's when kind of some of the people from the general crowd begin asking, what's this for?
We're looking for sailors. We need to sail onto the lake. So we're hoping to get a few sailors. I can tell you at the very least that there's food for 2 weeks. Maybe.
Starting deep with the real valuable things. Food.
Well, these people are kicking around rocks.
Yeah. So
We need able-bodied men. And unfortunately, children and women. I'm not that I consider myself misogynistic, but unfortunately, I don't think ladies.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a D4.
A D4?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not the right command. There we go.
All right. So 3 hours passed. And it was a little bit before dusk, so you're into the earlier side of night still. And now roll me, because of your perform check, a D8. You get 7 people that are interested. You pull them to the side. You explain to them what's going on, and that it's going to be leaving in the morning. A lot of people aren't interested, because, especially short notice. A lot of people, though, don't have much else to do. So, you managed to get 7 people in this 3-hour period. It's on around 9 o'clock or so.
Yeah. Is there a group of people who are like, look like they'd qualify, but they're just, the offer of food and adventure for 2 weeks isn't kind of cutting it for them?
Yeah, there's some of that. There's
Okay.
definitely some people that fit that bill. And you kind of have to move around through town a little bit here and there. But over the course of these first 3 hours, you recruit 7 people. Basically, I'm doing a small little skill challenge here. If you want to think of other ways to attempt to recruit people, you can. You can keep using perform if you wish. Everything you attempt will be the D4 hours. There's a certain point Tassel will come back and aid you.
Okay. It's already pretty
And
late,
then
though.
the roll of your die, plus or minus anything you additionally think to come up with, might help. And
Yeah.
yes,
So it's
as it gets too late, it may or may not wane on how effective it is.
yeah. So it's 9 o'clock right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, when is like the peak of night? Like, is it a 12-hour?
Kind of, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you probably still find. I mean, you haven't been really in the town much, so you're not quite sure when it quite settles down. But in a general tavern, from your experience, 12.
No,
1,
no, I meant like.
Oh,
No, I meant so it's like 9 at night right now, right? Like,
right.
is it a 24-hour clock, or is it? Because I need to sleep too before we.
Depends on how much you want to sleep, how close you want to cut it. It's up to you.
But it's a 24-hour clock.
Not necessarily 24 hours, because the current, what you said was you guys are setting sail tomorrow. What that means, whether it be morning, noon, evening, up to you. And
Yeah, no, I meant so. We went into town at dusk.
right at
It's
9
now.
p.m.
So now it's now you've told me it's now 9 p.m. after spending 3 hours.
Right, for the first
So
round of things.
I'm trying to figure out when the next day is, not when we're leaving. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean the next day would be midnight rolls over. The next day happens all the way through the day. But what you've said,
we're on a.
what you've said is tomorrow you're leaving.
Yeah.
Vaguely, if that means 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 9 p.m., that's kind of up to you in the group.
Yeah. But what I meant by like 24-hour clock is that like in a day there's 24 hours. So right now we're at 9 p.m.
Yes,
so
there are 24
there's
hours.
3 more hours until midnight.
Correct. Sorry. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. Because like I've played games before where we've had weird
Yes.
non-standard
Other
days.
aspects of my calendar are weird. Like for the weeks, for example, they're
Yeah.
9 days. But the day itself is 24 hours.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay. So, with the 7 that I have, do I how much did I pay the tavern keeper for a pint of ale? I think I tossed him
Like,
something and
it's like
keep the change.
there's a red or two.
Yeah.
It's fairly cheap.
How many reds do I have? Because I can't make change. I will give them.
Well, red is the lowest.
Yeah, but they probably don't have money to get change, right? So I can't
Right.
change in an orange for reds, right?
You might be able to change an orange or maybe a couple blues, but
yeah. So I'll give them each a red and say, head on down to the town, have a pint of ale on me.
okay.
And then I'm going to continue singing, but now throw in the offer of, we'll make sure that there's some ale on this journey.
Okay, so there's some upfront. And
Yeah, like you'll get a red, or we'll take a casket with us on our journey. So I'll have to talk to the bartender about how much a casket will cost.
Yep. Do you want to do that before you try and recruit people under that idea, or?
Sure. I might as well know the cost ahead of time. So stroll up to the Pilgrim and Cup, or Cup and Pilgrim.
Yeah, Holm is there. That shorter halfling that has them daggers on his belt, in his kind of thatched, crappy lean-to. He goes,
Hello again,
you're back,
my good friend.
back
Yes,
to spend
indeed.
more money on the ale.
Yes, I am.
Already brought some business in. I appreciate it.
No problem. We're trying to get some recruits for sailing. So,
Are you now? Are you paying?
Yes. I mean, we've got food. Payment could be discussed. We're probably going to find some stuff, I would guess. I mean, there might be some things of value where we're going. Unfortunately, we've sort of promised the more expensive items to the Dreets, but the more or less, less interesting items might be.
Pay me enough, and I'll come.
How much? Okay. First of all, what do I need to roll to figure out if you'd be a good sailor? Have you sailed before?
Nope. Never been on a boat in my life, but I have skills that might be useful.
What kind of skills?
Let's just say I'm retired now from what I used to do. And what I used to do was make problems for other people disappear.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. What would I have to roll to see how I feel about?
It's up to you. You could sense motive to try and get a sense about some aspect of him.
Sure.
Depending on what is it you're trying to glean.
Like, does he want to come with us for his own ends, or does he want to do for his own ends, or is he genuinely trying to offer services that might be useful to us?
It doesn't seem entirely genuine. There definitely feels like there's some self-motivation there, and there's something more to it. It could be the idea of profit. It could be other things.
Okay. Well, we are kind of looking more for sailors, but I was hoping, and this will probably make you happy. I was hoping that we'd potentially take a casket of your ale
Ah,
on the ships.
that I can do.
So, how much would a casket be?
10 blue, roughly.
Okay, I'll
Lots of
hand him.
ale in them caskets.
Yeah, I'll give him the 10 blue.
Excellent. Casket's yours. Pick it up whenever you want. And I'll let you know my going rate. So you know. 50 blue. One problem. One payment.
Jesus Christ. 50 blue, eh?
Yep.
Fizz looks around in the tavern. Is it? I mean, besides probably the 7 sailors.
Yeah, there's like nobody else
Okay.
other than those people. And some of them have even gotten their drink and like gone outside.
Okay. So you say you use to solve problems.
Yep.
Eh? Do you have any? See, I don't know what my character would call it, but I know I would call it like. Do you have any case studies? Do you have any references of, or maybe could you touch a little bit on maybe previous problems that you solved with your special set of skills?
Well, he pulls out one of his daggers. See these 9 slashes in the dagger?
Yeah.
I've solved 9 problems.
Mm.
He slots it again. Of course, the biggest problem of all. Not had an inn yet. Not had an inn yet. Which is why I built it.
Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
I don't think you caught my drift. But that's okay.
Oh. I think I understand. Okay. Yeah.
Just keep it in mind. If you leave,
Yes.
you might need an inn.
Yes. Okay. I'll leave that for now. Thank you for the ale and yes. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to and perform.
Yep.
Perform. Oh!
Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you're doing that, so 8, so 4.
Is it still a D4 for time or?
Yes, time will be a D4.
Ah, fuck! It's 4 hours.
Yeah, that did suck. But you rolled really fucking high, and you're offering beer. And because you hit the 4-hour mark, for some of that time, Tassel is helping, so that's helping a little bit too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good lord.
Are we having a full 40 crew?
Roll 2d12.
Depends on how good I roll for this. 2d12. Ah,
All right. So over the course of the next 4 hours, between bribes and Tassel coming and helping, you garner up another 5 people to come along the voyage with you. Let's see. Just to help you with numbers. Nith, Taween, Fizz, Reginald, Wizrun, Sin, Tassel, First Mate. Tassel reports that he was able to grab the other 2 he came out to grab. So that's 10, and you've recruited another 12. So you're at
so we're at,
22.
yeah.
Good.
And now it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Indeed.
So I'm gonna say that that's good enough, I guess.
Well,
But
Yep.
sorry, who's talking to me?
Tassel. He
Okay.
as you're like wrapping up that next section, he goes, "Yeah, that I think that went well. Depending on when we wanted to leave tomorrow, we might be able to try a little bit more. Maybe word will have spread. Don't know. It might be a little harder. I think we've got a lot of the good people in town that I know, am aware of. But I feel pretty confident where we are now. But I'll leave the final decision up to you guys. You're the ones who have the reason for going. So
Yeah.
while I am the captain, I still value your guys' desires.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to speak with the group tomorrow morning to see how they feel. I'm pretty tired. I think.
Yeah, that was good work. Very convincing.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you probably want to head back to the mansion. I think I might just have a have a have a deal and see if I can organize delivery of the casket with
Ah,
home here.
yes. Some ale will definitely boost morale on ship, I think. At least for those
Yeah.
who like that sort of thing. Never thought of that before. That's a good idea too. You are clever. Well, enjoy your drink. Let me know in the morning what you wish to do. Especially with 8 of these people, we should be ready to go in the morning. I mean, we can knock out the rest of them supplies in minutes. So unless you guys have more stuff you need to do or gather or more people, I'll be good by morning. But again, just let me know.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, good night, Mr. Fizz.
Good night.
And he parts ways and heads back up to the manor.
So after he leaves, I'll flag over Holmes.
Yeah. It's getting a little late. What are you still doing hanging around here?
Yeah, it's I forgot the casket. Would it be possible to get it delivered? I can pay a little extra for that. It's just
How
I didn't.
much extra? And he kind of gives you this like wink.
How much it is to get the barrel to the docks and no more?
Are you sure? The barrel could be your problem.
Yeah, he does.
I don't need you to solve a problem.
Okie dokes. Well, just know good old home is here if you ever do. The
Oh,
barrel, I mean, you paid the 10 gold. Like, I'll have some of the lads bring it up. Don't worry about it.
okay. So so that's 10 blue, right?
Yeah. Sorry, 10 blue.
So it's the 10 blue of the casket?
Yeah, he's just lumping it.
Oh,
He
into
basically
the casket of the
he
casket.
basically just said,
Okay. So I will leave, and I'm going to try and find a secluded alleyway and spot where I will be unobserved.
Okay.
Still in town. Do I feel like I'm unobserved?
Make a stealth check. And perception check.
Perception.
Oh yeah.
Stealth.
Oof.
I should have rolled stealth first.
Oh.
You don't really see people around. You feel like you picked a good spot. There's at least no people around. You know that much. And you feel you're in a good hiding spot.
And there's no like lit windows.
I mean, there's a couple in the nearby buildings, but you don't see people actively in them.
I'm gonna put on my hat of disguise
Okay.
and change my appearance.
Yep.
That again, I look. My appearance is. I'm not a hunter. I appear to be sort of a merchant.
Okay.
Like a trader, kind of like what Drix does. And I'm going to go back into the inn.
Alrighty. Good evening, sir. Getting in late tonight.
Good evening. Yes, it is late. I hear from some of the townspeople that you're a man that can solve problems.
Roll a hard bluff check.
So can I use my perform?
If that's something that lets you flip.
Yeah.
Boom.
He looks at you. What you need being done there, Sonny?
Well, you know, I had an agreement with the Dreets that they're not holding up their end of the bargain. Came to town with all these goods, and now I have to go back home to Kuthra.
And they took it all from you, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which Dreet is the one that you're not liking right about now?
The good Lord Aethes.
Well, that's a good proposition. Although, and just so happens, I happen to have an inn right now. I'm gonna be delivering some supplies their way. Of course, none of that matters if you don't pick up the coin.
Oh,
Or the chips.
I've got the coin. I've got the chips. But, I might not. I'd prefer the business to be done after I leave town tomorrow. Probably latest
You want
in the evening, so.
an express delivery. That's what you're saying.
No, I want it done after I leave town. I still have some things to pack up.
I see.
Earliest should be,
That's
tomorrow night to solve the problem.
I understand. I'll see what I can do. Although my delivery does give me a certain window. Not easy getting to the streets. Of course, if you have men on the inside, that's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're just a lone merchant.
I can make sure that you have another opportunity.
All right, I'll look for it.
For your troubles, what's your cost for solving this sort of problem?
50 blues or 5 violet.
Well, because you're doing me this service of waiting until I leave, I'll double your payment. And I hand him 100 blue.
Understood, sir.
And then I'll bid him good evening and head out to the tavern. And again, once I'm on the edge of town and have found a place where I'm unobserved and stealthily hidden. So, stealth. Perception. Oh, for a second there I thought it said 15 and 15. I was like,
All right.
double roll.
You
And
find
I will.
yourself, between two buildings. Flip back.
I will doff the hat of disguise, and I will return to the mansion
Okie dokes.
and go to bed.
Excellent. Anybody else doing anything during the evening? Or through the evening?
Nothing.
Shall we?
Slow session for Nith.
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
No.
No worries.
Good one.
Great
No,
story.
nobody's complaining. That is not a complaint. Not at all. I like it. You're doing some cool shit.
Rutaween?
I think Tim's on mute.
If you are talking. Oh,
Tim
he's looking around. Something's up.
on mute.
Oh,
Jig's up. There he is. All right, I hear you.
yeah. I guess I had mic muted. The only thing I could think of was I would probably talk to Wizrune at one point and continue our training, but nothing.
Okay. Anything?
crazy.
Anything in particular that you wanted to talk about? Any questions you had or thoughts of that nature, or just continuing your research and training?
Just continuing the research and the training.
Okay.
Nothing really new. He probably does his same thing where he pulls out the knife like, now, cut myself.
Can I do it now?
I feel like I'm really starting to get this.
And for Wizard, it's kind of at that point where, like, at first he's like, no, wait, don't. You are doing pretty well in the incantations, and he's like not sure whether he should tell you yes or no. And like by the end of it, he kind of just, if you think, go for it, and like you wind up slashing yourself a bunch of times for some reason.
Blood magic for you. Okay. I'm gonna make blood magic as uncomfortable for people as I can.
Right. That's right.
Blood magic's supposed to be that way.
So everybody beds down. Night passes. And the following morning arises. Aside from morning trainings, disciplines, research, books, meditations, playing with dogs, training of dogs, making of potions, all of that jazz. What do you all do once you've settled in for the morning?
So Nithyan's kind of excited for the boat, believe it or not. So she's down there playing around on the boat.
Okay.
I would like to find and speak with Tazul.
Yep, you find him down by the docks bright and early. Quite busy down there this morning. Lots of other people are down and around on the docks. Seems they've already loaded the gear. Tastul's like helping organize people, giving them jobs, handing out assignments, working with a few other people who look to be more knowledgeable about what they're doing, who are being given other people beneath them to kind of break into a structure and a hierarchy of, all right, you know, your job's to deal with these ropes. If any of these break, then you need to fix them. Here's how you fix them. And like there's just a cacophony of busyness happening around this morning. Caswell, Nithir, and you kind of just slipped in at some point and started learning things and watching people, you know, get swept up in some of like the training lessons and stuff and refresher things that people are doing. Particularly since most of these people down here, you find out pretty quickly, most of them have never done any sailing before. So they're having to be taught right out of the gate, like you, Nith. There's clearly a handful of people. There are particularly 4 people. Tassuil, his first mate, as what it seems, which you haven't caught the name of yet. There's one sec. There we go. There's the Master Gunner Hurry and the Pilot Gady, that are all kind of down there, and those are some other people that seem to know what they're doing. Even Reginald's come down a bit early, and he's kind of pre-checking people health wise, and making note of everybody's starting conditions kind of thing, and getting himself settled in for the idea of surgeon and finding a place for himself to set up shop.
Yeah.
And
so if I can grab Tazul,
Yep.
Tazul, and when he has a moment. I you know, it's completely escaped my mind last night. You know, I ordered 2 caskets, so they both should be delivered this morning from the Pilgrim Cup.
all right. Yes, a couple of the people here already on board brought over one. Wasn't aware there was a second. Should I send a couple of them back out to get the other one? I do imagine we would need at least a couple to deal with all these people.
I didn't see it when I came by. maybe we could send a runner to the tavern to see when they'd be able to drop it off.
Yes, I can arrange someone to go stop by.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Excellent. So, any final news? Are we heading out soon? I mean, I'll send those runners out right away. We're just kind of doing some drills here and getting everybody settled in and prepped and ready to
Oh,
go.
yeah.
We can,
Oh,
I'd imagine at least a couple more hours is what I'll need before, I think we've got everybody set and ready to
yeah.
depart.
I forgot to mention, if it could have just been a mix up on their end. So if they're unable to deliver the cask before we leave, then they could. You should just let the runner know that they can deliver. They can still deliver it to the mansion, and we'll just enjoy it when we return.
All right. I will pass that along. Also roll a
Bluff.
bluff perform, yeah. Yep.
Oof.
Yep, I will. I'll get that passed right along. I'll be down here, pretty busy, until we're ready to depart. Just come let me know when all your crew's aboard with everything you need, and we'll set sail.
Yep. So I mean, I'll hang out on the ship until we're ready to go.
All right.
I'll pay attention to some of the stuff that. I'll pay attention to as much as I can the instructions, especially safety instructions, considering I almost drowned in the pool yesterday or the day before.
Yes. What about you, Tawid? When do you wander on down, if at all? Wizrun and Sin are also both down there during the morning stuff.
As he saw the other people in that way, he'd probably just follow him too.
As you're beginning to leave the carriage, hey, Taween.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to. I don't know if y'all are gonna be coming back up here. I will try and do some trading in the local area when you're gone. I heard
All right.
something about a week or so there, so probably a week or so back as well, give or take a couple days. I'll try and make sure I'm back around then, to not make y'all wait.
Sounds good.
And good luck.
Dogs.
Are you gonna watch the dogs?
Yep. I can take care of them for you.
They might be a handful, but they're lovely creatures.
That's all right. I'm sure we're all get to know each other real well, and by the time that you're back, we'll be best mates.
Excellent.
Just be careful out there.
You too.
And we're here. Give this to Fizz. He might need it while he's out there.
What is this?
It's some medicine. He'll know what it is.
Sounds good.
All right. And there's an extra special in there as well, so just put it in tea. Tell him that.
All right. Sounds interesting.
Did we leave the golden mirror with the caravan too, or did somebody grab it?
What does it do again?
Weather forecast.
I'm not grabbing it. Or wait, that might be good on a boat. But I mean,
it's a hand
we
mirror,
know
by the way.
It's
yeah,
a small mirror that you can.
yeah. But I mean, we know we're going into a storm, so I don't know. Fizz will not have grabbed it.
Okay, neither would Nithian.
RJ might, so we'll ask him next time. But
Okay.
yeah, be sure to note anything that you do leave behind that you do have of note. Otherwise, I'll assume most, if not all, that you bring with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we finally get on the boat.
Indeed.
Well, we're on the boat at least.
And everybody gets on the boat. Once everybody arrives, Tasswil notices that everybody's aboard and says, "All right, y'all." Or that's Drix. All right, everybody. Looks like everyone is aboard ship. The supplies are boarded. You've all been briefed vaguely and quickly on what you all need to be doing. We will be having, to my estimations, at least a few days for you all to practice and get a better handle on the more specifics of what you need to do and other things that you might be able to help in. Do keep in mind, if you think you have a skill that's useful, speak up. We are a small crew as it is, and even if we have a couple of accidents, which we're hoping to have none of, it could become dangerous quickly. We'll all need to work together, and we will all need to find our flow, as it were, in order to make this a delightful and worry-free sail. If all goes well, you can see there's a smile on his face, and you know why, because he knows of the storm. But he doesn't say that to everybody else. If all goes well, we will be back in port within a couple of weeks, with the very strong likelihood that we will all have a very nice payday ahead of us, that you may all be able to bring back to your families and your loved ones, or just keep for yourself. Looks like we've got no strong wind conditions, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but no headwind, that's a good sign, and no rain, also good. It is a little bit of a cold day, which will help you all work your sweat off a bit, as these first few days you're going to be working. We'll keep running the drills, we'll keep informing everybody, and we'll get everybody sorted out on what sort of roles that you fit best in. Again, if you have a concern, bring it up. And that's kind of like his general PSA. He leaves off with just keep in mind, I am Captain Tassowil. Feel free to come to me if you need. However, you can also redirect anything to my first mate here, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is an experienced sailor, and he is my right-hand man. So, with that, also, we are privileged enough to have a ship surgeon, the great Reginald. Treat him well, treat him with respect. He may seem small, but his skills are invaluable to us all. And with that, lower the sails! And he starts shouting off command to get you all out of port. And that is where we'll leave it for next session. As you all push back off and out of the dock and about face and head off southwest towards your destinations.
All right. 2 weeks in a row, Fizz show. Two sessions in a row, but I love it both.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope, two really good ones.
Oh man. So I need to ask a question.
Yes.
when we first met Holmes, was he already cast as a assassin, or did you make that up while I was hiring people?
Nope. So hold on, let me get back to it. Duhana Formarion. Pilgrim and Cup, the poorly thatched inn built adjacent to a derelict shed. A retired assassin named Holm runs it. Holm is a short halfling male who always keeps a pair of daggers in his belt. He runs meager prices for meager accommodations. The following rumors can be picked up here in town, where you learned about the plague of West Nincalia, and you heard about the mysterious lights in the Kahunda Highlands to the northeast. That has been
Yeah.
there for 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay. Okay.
But
'Cause-
things happened and certain things were said that finally gave him a reason to make himself known.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't
Gave you
know that we heard
opportunity.
about the lights to the north, but that's okay.
Yeah. We did.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't remember that then. So, oh man, I had like a different plan going into that evening. And because he was presented as like, oh, do you need fix a problem? It was like, oh, I have to take that now as the solution to my issues with the good Lord. Because
Well, good luck
after
with
it, well, yeah, we'll see what happens
At
when we
this
come
point,
back. I mean,
at this
Yeah.
point, what's been
one
done is
of
done.
one of two people is going to be dead, and I tried to disconnect myself from the act as much as possible.
I like.
Yeah, I think you did a good job of that.
That was
So
my favorite part.
Yeah, me
You're-
too.
You're like Fizz finds out that this guy will be hired to kill someone, comes back 30 minutes later as someone else. I've heard you like to hire and kill people.
I've
Yeah.
heard you a man
Yeah,
that takes
that-
care of
that's-
problems.
That save had to be pretty damn high.
And you
I
don't know
was
what
disguised though.
you don't know what he rolled on his sense motive either.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it.
We'll find out in 2 in-week
Yeah.
game times or more
2 weeks.
whenever the hell the party re-arrives back at Formarion, which could be quite
Yeah.
some time in real life from now.
Yeah,
And could
forever.
be never, because there were some party members. Well, we'll just never come back. That way, we don't have to go.
That is true.
Stuff
There
we
was
get.
talk of potential commandeering of the ship to just never have to return.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see if
And
any
then-
of those plans come to fruition.
But after talking to the group, and everyone was like, "Well, at least the people who were there, and I know Miguel wasn't here to say it, but he had already kind of said, in our previous session where we had him, he had said, from his perspective, they should be like moving on because they're not supposed to be there. They're not entitled to be there. I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. Personally, I was like, from what I know of your character, I feel like that's not his response, but okay. Because up until then, it was like, up until we met the painter, it seemed to me like, if there's somebody in need, he's going to help them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, maybe that's changed a little bit.
Well, I
So-
still think we got some drama time on the boat here coming up.
Oh yeah.
Nithyan's got a bunch of stuff she's been holding back telling, because she's got to tell Reginald, talk to him about it.
Anyways, so my plan originally heading into that evening, gonna do recruiting, and then as I was leaving, I do the same thing. I was gonna let Tasmiel go back to the mansion without me, and then I was gonna creep around the village as stealthily as possible, which, given some of my stealth rolls, maybe was a bad plan.
Mm.
And I was gonna be casting like ghost sound and like dancing
Try to run him out.
to be like, ooh, it's a ghost.
Scare him out of town, huh?
I mean, that kid was convinced pretty easily, so I feel
Well, there's always a plan B.
Also was a kid.
Plan B you never know if Plan B is necessary later on. We'll find out.
I mean, if we come back and the good Lord ain't dead, that's
So,
going to be the plan.
yep. Before everybody starts departing from Roll20, a few things I'm going to be revealing here. The vehicle basics. Full crew actions they would have gone over as safety precautions. The ideas behind the control device and why it's bad if they go down. And the general explanation as to how things move and why they move the way they do. There's a lot more, but for now, that's what the upfront daily training was about. There's still combat related things, and depending on what sort of job you have, more of the expanded stuff may start coming up. Not to inherently bog anybody down with rules or stuff like that, but a lot of this is also not really rules, and it's a lot of explanation as to just the actual understanding of these things that he would explain, without having to read 30 paragraphs in game to everybody.
Yeah.
Some of it will come up probably in game as narrative, but these are the basic things that you would at least be told. And then there's some mechanics here and there. Also, this is the ship, the like advanced naval stuff out of the SRD. However, a lot of it's modified already, and I am going to continue to re-flavor it away from just ship combat and re-flavor it into general vehicle interactions. So, for example, if you guys ever get back on your carriage again, you will have this rule set to be able to utilize if you ever want to run someone down again.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because this is effectively going to work. This is how a carriage would work as well. It's just instead of on the water, you're on ground, and instead of sails or oars, you have horses that are providing your propulsion.
Yeah.
Not that I think it's going to come up too much, especially for the carriage again, but it already has once, so who knows? And we're doing some ship stuff, so I figured I'd throw it out there, and then however much it comes up, it comes up. If not, then we have it in case it does.
Cool.
Brace for ramming! Brace for ramming!
Yep, that's all in here. It might not be one of the ones I revealed to you yet, but it's all in here.
Yeah. Excellent. So, your game tomorrow starts at 11 your? Or...
It's 10 for me and Mark, 11 for Jared, which I think is 9 for you. Now that I think about it.
Because I'm on mountain time.
Right, it's 10-12 for you right now then, right?
Yeah, it's 10-12 for me right now.
Yeah, so yeah, it's 9 a.m. for you. I don't know if that's too early, or if you're able to make it, or you're interested at all, or you'll even get permission when you talk with your wife, but definitely would love to have you if you have the opportunity.
Look in, it's even more than this game, very, very gritty.
Yeah.
This game hasn't gotten there yet, but yes.
Yeah. The time's certainly not a problem, because I typically try to just get up every day at least at like 8 or 8:30. So.
Okay. Yeah. We've loved playing with you here in this game so far, so let's get you in on more of the action.
Yep.
I'd have to come up with another character idea, or come with the... Yeah.
What do we got now? Your character... No, go ahead.
And Jared would be more than happy to sit down and chat with you and work with you. I would too, as well as any point. Yeah. Also, real quick, for the viewers out there in the stream, thank you for following along and watching with us. We'll be live again tomorrow morning with Curse of the Crimson Throne. Again, this time next week for this game, as well as the Tuesday evening Pokemon and the slew of other stuff in between of random games. So until then, thank you for joining, and have a great evening.